We are at that order of business, Senate confirmation of appointments. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
I move the Senate resolve itself into an open executive session.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion approved. Will the reading clerk please read the entire list of nominees?
From the office of the governor, February 27, 2024.
Mr. Vice President?
Senator Ellis.
Mr. Vice President, I know we had a speaker that was down in the breezeway. I've understood that the House isn't coming back until 2:30. I'm looking at the number of senators missing from their chairs. These are important confirmations. I just think it's important that we try and have, I know we probably have the minimum of a quorum, but out of respect to our colleagues who are at that briefing and learning about an important issue in our world, I would just ask that maybe we stand at ease for another 10 minutes to allow our colleagues the chance to get back to their seats.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, that session got over about 40 minutes ago. We're all back from that.
Senator Ellis, what session are you talking about? Is it the session he's talking about? I don't know.
I don't know. I understand, Mr. Chairman. I was just looking in the seat. It looks like more people have filled in, but I just want to make sure that people that want to participate in the confirmation process have that.
I think it looks to me like mostly it's our. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, what's your pleasure?
Mr. President, we announced that we would.
That microphone.
Mr. Vice President, we announced that we would gavel back in at 2 o'clock. It's now 2:25. I think we need to proceed. I have no idea where the president's at, so the majority of the members are here. I think we should proceed with the order of business.
All right, thank you. Where was I?
So, Mr.
Will the
President,
reading clerk please read the entire list of nominees?
From the office of the governor, February 27, 2024, to the Honorable Ogden Driscoll, regarding appointments for the 2024 legislative session. Dear President Driscoll, it is with pleasure that I submit to the Senate my appointments for confirmation, dispensing with further reading. Sincerely, Mark Gordon, Governor. Agriculture Board, Hadley Manning, Andrew Patrick, Meredith Hallway. Arts Council, Adam Harris, Ashley Espinal, Valerie and Ella Mayers. Business Council, Ryan Lance. Charter School Authorizing Board, Janine Bay Teskey, Doug Chamberlain, John Masters. Children's Trust Fund Board, Amber Barnhart. Community College Commission, Jason Kinsler. Community Development Authority, Michael Martin, Kendra Heimbuck, David Kaplan, Mark Lindstrom, Edward Wright. Cultural Trust Fund Board, Mary Hopkins. Dental Examiners Board, Joni Hamilton. Education State Board, Kristen Schlattman. Energy Authority, Wanda Burgett, Wendy Hutchinson, Donna Lawrence, Michelle Koch. Energy Resource Council, Charlene Russell. Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission, Eli Bebout, Robert King, Kenneth Hendricks. Environmental Quality Council, Marjorie Bedessem, William Bill Stafford. Gaming Commission, Roger Torgerson. Geological Survey Board, Joanne True, Robert Tilden. Geologists Board of Professional, Craig Carlson, Janet Dewey, Michael Hawks. Judicial Conduct and Ethics, Margaret Farley, Jolene Forbes. Medicine Board, Frederick Eric Cuban III, MD. Kevin Helwing, MD. Mental Health Professions Licensing Board, Kelly Buckingham, Jessica McCall. Mining Council, Brett Ritter, Joseph Barker. Jundy Lane, Nathan Gillespie. Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, Kenneth Hendricks. Outfitters and Professional Guides, James Shell, Teal Wyckoff. Parks and Cultural Resources Commission, Leslie Stewart, Kenneth McCann, Frederick Andrew Pannell. Parole, David Gray, Sally Meeker. Pharmacy Board, Summer Hanson, DVM. Psychology Board, Amy Foster, Anna Olson. Real Estate Commission, Bruce Garber, Jay Fear. Retirement System Board, E. Jane Mockler. School Facilities Commission, Scott Thayer. Tourism Board, Tony O'Brien, Sean Parker, Taylor Phillips. Transportation Commission, Brant Lyman. Agency Directors and Tribal Liaisons. State Geologist, Aaron Campbell. Construction Department, Delbert McComey. Parks and Cultural Resources Department, Dave Glenn. Transportation Department, Darren Westby. Water Development Office, Jason Mead. Northern Arapaho Tribal Liaison, Anita Roman. Eastern Shoshone Tribal Liaison, James Sorrells.
I have some separate vote on the Investment Funds Committee. All right, very well then. Does any member wish to remove any names from the consent list? Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, under Charter School Authorizing Board Disciplines, would like to remove Janine Bay-Teske and John Masters.
Okay. Removal of, under charter school, let me get that far. Remove Janine Bay-Teske from the consent list and John Masters from the consent list. Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chairman. I would like to remove the name of Dave Glenn, Parks and Cultural Resources Department, and also the name of Darren Westby, Transportation Department. Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, Senator Case on Parks and Cultural Resources, which name?
The name is Dave Glenn, proposed for director. And the other one was in the Transportation Department, Darren Westby, also proposed for director.
Okay, I'm looking at Parks. I'm not seeing it. Okay, gotcha. All right. Dave Glenn, Parks and Cultural Resources, and Darren Westby, Transportation. Any others? Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, just a question. What does it mean if we pull those agency names off? The one is running the Transportation Department, and I kind of wonder what that means if we pull his name off.
It means that they won't be on the consent list, and then we'll debate their appointment. Separate vote.
Oh.
So that was, so far in Charter School Authorizing Board, Janine Bay-Teske, John Masters, and Parks and Cultural Resources, Dave Glenn, Transportation, Darren Westby. I've got 4 names off. Any more? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. How about Doug Chamberlain, just to do independent votes on everyone on the Charter School Authorization Board?
So all 3 names, just now Doug Chamberlain off the Charter School Authorizing Board is removed. Any others? Any others? Senator Scott.
Mr. Vice President, parliamentary inquiry. Does this vote require a majority of members elected, or is it a simple majority of those present?
Majority of members elected. Okay, any others to be removed from the consent list? Any further before we proceed to vote on the consent list? All right, we're going to proceed to vote on the consent list. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on the consent list.
On the consent list, Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? No. No. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Brennan? Aye. Aye. Case? Aye. Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Jones? Aye. Kinski?
Aye.
Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Bouchard?
Excused.
Excused. Nethercott?
Excused, I guess.
Excused. President Driscoll? Aye. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. On the consent list, 28 aye, 1 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, the appointments on the consent list have been approved. We now go through individual consideration of those that were removed, and Senator Case I need Senator Case. He pulled 2 names. Well, let's go on to the Charter School Authorizing Board. The first, there's 3 names there, but we'll start with Janine Bay Teskey and I believe, Senator Rothfuss.
Mr. President, just on a point of order, are we going through the consent list and doing ayes to noes potentially, as we normally do, or is that not how we're doing the consent list on this? It's a full consent? Okay, thank you.
So Senator Scott.
Mr. Vice President, I didn't hear the answer to that question. Are we going to, in the past, we've done a roll call then on each individual. Is that how we're going to do it, or how are we going to do it?
I believe that having been removed from the consent list, we would now discuss and vote on, and separate roll call on each of the individuals that were removed from the list, yeah. So the first one is Janine Bay Teskey, Charter School Authorizing Board. And is there any discussion?
Mr. Vice President.
Senator Scott?
Mr. Vice President, I have some real concerns here. The individual has testified numerous times before our committee. I think she's very intelligent. I think she's, upright, good, decent citizen, thoroughly honest as near as I can tell. But I think she is ideologically opposed to charter schools. And for that reason, and that reason alone, I intend to vote no. Mr. Vice President, not trying to urge anybody else, but I want to express that concern that I'm afraid that we're going to get a charter school authorizing board that's just going to say no, and that we won't get anywhere. So that's the reason for my no vote. Thoroughly good individual, just believes in the wrong things on this particular issue.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Hicks, you would have been next. No? Okay, Senator Guru, and then Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This individual is from my county and served as a volunteer, served as an elected member of our local school board. I think she stood for election multiple times, at least 2 or 3. She served the state in various capacities. And I guess for me, I don't know, in my opinion. I know her. She's of superior intellect. She serves with distinction on the board that she's served, every position she's ever served, nothing but fidelity, and in the best traditions of the state of Wyoming. Now, some may be concerned because of that, serving for a public school, that she has some sort of predisposed position against charter schools. I do not know that, but even if she did, I don't know, as an elected official in local positions for a long time,
we always used to say when we were appointing people, you want somebody on the outside shooting in and the inside shooting out. Members, I think we have to be very careful when we put these ideological purity tests on boards that we're appointing. What are we afraid of? If it's a good idea, it's a good idea now, it's a good idea then. And I want people to make sure that they're toeing the line and they're going to provide the best educational opportunity for our children, and I think she'll do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak on in favor. This is actually a little different situation, and I appreciate the commenter from Bates Creek. I helped create this board, and this isn't a new appointment. She's been on it. I'm guessing she is not a crazy person about charter schools, but I know her personally. She's as fair and honest as it gets, and her actions on the board have been exceptionally good. She has not been a problem on the board. You're going to hear me talk differently down the road, but for this one, she's been on it. She's done actions. I think the world of what she's done, and we have to have someone on that board. That you got to keep in mind, these three is not the entire board. There's a whole bunch of other appointments that are not senatorially put in there, and those are probably a little more pro-charter. This one is someone that really understands K-12 education, not just from a public standpoint, but from a board member. And that's something we really need. This charter school board needs someone that understands the organization of our schools and how they run. By the way, little pitch as we do it, charter schools are public schools. And my real dream is that our local districts, with the help of people like Betty, get where they understand that really good charter schools can come out of our districts. They don't have to be done adversarially. And that being said, I think she's a good pick. She's proven. She's not a iffy maybe. You don't have to wonder if she actually comes out and slobbers at the mouth and hates charter schools, because I can tell you she doesn't. I've attended the meetings. I've watched the meetings. She is not that way. And I would really strongly encourage you to leave her on the board. Thank you.
Further discussion? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, on and in support of Janine Beteski for this confirmation. I have known Janine since my first year in the legislature. That was when I met her, because she had already been coming to provide testimony to the Joint Education Committee during the interim for years before I joined that committee 14 years ago, and has continued to provide exceptional advocacy, thoughtful analysis, very pragmatic, real-world considerations through her testimony and engagement to the Joint Education Committee every year since then. And not just the Joint Education Committee. She was a big part of our accountability work for 5 years, working with the subject matter expert board that was put together, the professional judgment panel that was put together to create that system, has served on the school board for many, many years, and is honestly, Mr. Vice President, one of the most knowledgeable people in the state of Wyoming about the K-12 public education system that we could possibly choose. I don't remember having any extensive conversations with her, honestly, about charter schools either. I don't recall that. I don't remember her coming in and saying, I don't like charter schools, or specifically advocating for it, because when she advocates, it's from a standpoint of pragmatism. It's never any ideological belief. She was a former engineer. She was had a long and distinguished career before moving up to Teton County, and has provided a great deal of service to her community since that time, and service to the state of Wyoming. What I do know is that recently, in this capacity, since July 1st that she's been serving on this, she has been reaching out to the charter school community, to a proponent in the area up in the Alpine community that's looking for a charter school, and traveled down and met with all of them, trying to find solutions for that community to engage in the charter school process, working both on behalf of the district, as well as on behalf of the Charter School Approval Board, to try and provide the options and opportunities to that community. So proactively reaching out to try to provide solutions to communities that are looking for charter schools. That doesn't sound like somebody who's particularly opposed to charter schools. But, Mr. Vice President, I think moreover and most importantly, this is just a solid, knowledgeable, highly intelligent, highly skilled individual that has sacrificed a lot of her time to serve the state of Wyoming and to make our education process and system better. I think we're lucky to have her serving on this committee for us on our behalf.
Further discussion, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, in my 6 years on joint education, I can say that working with Janine, we have not always seen eye to eye on issues, but in visiting with her about concerns she's had on bills I've worked on and bills I've brought before, she makes you think, she presents an opposing point of view on some things, and at the end of the day, that made my bills better. And so, she's one of in working on joint education, one of the people that I actually very much enjoyed working with. So to the extent that she has maybe some differing viewpoints on this particular board, I would agree with all the previous speakers that she adds value to this board, and I think probably helps make these charter schools more successful, which is what we want. Getting a room full of people that like charter schools, but maybe don't know the ins and outs of K through 12 education and rubber stamp charter applications, that's not doing a service. We want people to look at these charter schools rigorously so that they're set up for success, not failure. And I think Janine, because of her knowledge and expertise, helps provide some of that perspective. So I've enjoyed working with her and would hope you would confirm her to this board.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Senator Dockstetter.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Let me take you over to a late night meeting in Alpine, Wyoming. A lot of meetings as we tried to put together a charter school. We're sitting around the conference room table. Okay. Take you over to a late night meeting in Alpine, Wyoming. We're sitting around the conference room table in the town council chamber, trying to figure out how we're going to put this charter school together. Some people know how, some people don't. We've already got someone that steps up and says, I'll fund this, I'll put this together for you, but how do we do the academics? How do we fit it all together? We need experience there. Guess who was sitting at the table helping us? Because she was interested in a charter school. Janine Bay-Teskey. She was there helping us put that charter school together. So she has been misrepresented on these opening comments. She is definitely interested in charter schools. She wants us to succeed with one. We're coming together, we're putting together, it doesn't happen overnight, multiple meetings, and Janine Bay-Teskey sitting at the table helping us put that together. She didn't have to. She drove to Alpine and says, how can I help you with your charter school? How can we make this work? I ask for your support. Don't pull my support away from me as we put this school together. It's not going to be easy. We've got to make it work we've got to bring it together and make it work. We've worked out our funding. Now we're working out the logistics. And Janine Bay-Teskey is helping us do that. Please don't pull away my support as we put this whole thing together. She is for charter schools.
Further discussion? Further discussion? There being none, Chief Clerk, please call the roll on Janine Bay-Teskey for Charter School Authorizing Board.
Roll call, Janine Bay-Teskey. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter?
Aye.
Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kinski?
No.
No. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. President Driscoll? Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. On Janine Bay Teskey to Charter Schools Authorizing Board, 21 aye, 10 no.
By your vote, the appointment of Janine Bay Teskey to the Charter School Authorizing Board has been approved. The appointment of the next nominee for discussion is Doug Chamberlain to the Charter Authorizing Board. Discussion. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Vice President, in favor of Doug Chamberlain. Doug Chamberlain is from down in that Goshen County, somewhere down there, I'm not sure exactly where. But he was a House member for many years and Speaker of the House, I believe. He's a Vietnam veteran, Marine captain that served faithfully in Vietnam. And in fact, he wrote a book about his experience there. And it's now in the museum at Du Bois, it and some of his equipment. He's a loyal citizen. He has an education degree and was really interested in doing this charter school. In fact, he called me to ask me what I thought of it when he was appointed. So he's a return on this board, and I would highly recommend him. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Steinmetz and then Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would ditto that. I didn't believe he was really in the mix of the list. He only got pulled off because the other two were as well, I think. So he's a good appointment. He'll do a good job. He's been a great community member and served our communities for a lot of years, has the best interests of the state and the children at heart. So would urge your aye vote on Doug Chamberlain.
Senator Case.
Mr. Vice President, thank you very much. I just wanted to rise and say hi to my first speaker I ever had. I hope you're listening. He was a great speaker. He's a great citizen of Wyoming. He's the American hero. Doug Chamberlain deserves your support.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'll pile on, I'll make it quick. He's a great guy. Just ... Once again, he's been on the board, and his actions speak highly. The guy's got a great mind. Really a good pick and a good person. Wasn't sure how these all got pulled, but I will be voting no on one, but it certainly won't be this one. This is a good guy.
Further discussion. Question. Further discussion. There being none, Chief Clerk, please call the roll on the nomination of Douglas Chamberlain to Charter School Authorizing Board.
Doug Chamberlain. Roll call. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski?
Aye.
Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll? Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. On the Chamberlain appointment, 30 aye, 1 no.
By your vote, the appointment of Doug Chamberlain to the Charter School Authorizing Board has been approved. The next nomination for your consideration is John Masters, nominated to serve on the Charter School Authorizing Board. Discussion. Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. this is one I asked to be pulled, and I'm not really known real well, but I have watched the meetings, I've watched how it goes, and I honestly don't think he is supportive of charter schools. I'm told otherwise, he feels that way. I don't think he's a good fit with the board. I think this is one that we could use a new appointment on.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on the nomination of John Masters to the Charter School Authorizing Board.
John Masters nomination. Roll call, Anderson. Anderson, no? No. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Whitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis?
No.
No. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Hyde? No. Jones? No. Aye. Kinsky?
No.
No. Cole? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Whitman, no to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. On the master's appointment, 19 aye, 12 no.
By your vote, the appointment of John Masters to the Charter School Authorizing Board has been approved. The next nominee for your consideration is Dave Glenn as the Director of Parks and Cultural Resources Department. Discussion. Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would just like to say that I think Dave Glenn is an amazing director. He served as the deputy director for many years under Director Westby. It was smooth sailing when we went from one director to an interim. He's been serving as interim. He sees what we need to do to go forward with state parks. He really is a true visionary. And today, as we went over interim topics, I think his thoughtfulness and his ability to work together with a variety of different stakeholders is really important. He's well known around the state. He really has had, I'm just shocked to see that his name is even in any kind of consternation, because he really is a very optimistic, positive person who's really ready to move that department forward. I think the short time that he's been the director, and even when he was the interim director, he's already made some great strides. I would hope that you would support him.
Further discussion. Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I feel exactly the same. That's actually, in truth, Parks is a very complex agency and hard to run. And he stepped into it. Nobody, I thought the past director was a good one. He stepped right into the role. I didn't even see a ripple. Everything went on, and the agency's positive. It's run well, and it's a tough one to run. And I can't say more good things about him. So he's a good one.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. President, I would reiterate some of that. In the last year, I've had a tremendous opportunity to work with Dave and your state shooting task force. He's been very diligent. He brings a lot to the table from experience and knowledge, and I just think he's going to do a really good job there at State Parks.
Further discussion. Further discussion. There being none, the chief clerk will please call the roll on the nomination of Dave Glenn as Director of State Parks and Cultural Resources Department.
Dave Glenn, appointment, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Whitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski?
Aye.
Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salzar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll? Aye. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. On the Glenn appointment, 30 aye, 1 no.
By your vote, the appointment of Dave Glenn as Director of the Parks and Cultural Resources Department has been approved. The next nominee for your consideration is Darren Westby as Director of the Department of Transportation. Discussion. Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just in support of Mr. Westby, he's been an excellent director. He's leading a very complicated, very large department, and he's done so with distinction so far. I've been really impressed with the way that he's been responsive to the joint committee's concerns. It was a common occurrence when we brought up a concern to, by the next time we got to the next meeting, that it was being addressed or maybe even already fixed. So it's a significant change already, I can tell, in that department. I think, in years past, I've certainly heard frustration, maybe even shared that frustration myself, where we would literally pass a law and the agency didn't see the need to implement it. And so it's been a huge improvement, and I know they're going to keep on doing better under Mr. Westby's leadership, so on and for his appointment.
Further discussion, Senator Kolb and then Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I want to speak in favor of Interim Director Westby. I'll probably like me saying that. He showed a lot of good leadership. He's working with a very large group of people in WYDOT, and it's a huge undertaking. He's proven to me that he is up to the task of dealing with it and trying to come out with the right decisions, being a bit more nimble, trying to get his arms around the organization. So far what I see is a person who's effective and giving it the effort it needs. And so I stand in support of Mr. Westby.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll pile on here too. I had a chance last summer to meet Mr. Westby in Casper. They're building a new bridge over on the interstate there, right at an exit coming into Casper on Center Street. And a lot of the local services there, convenience store, gas station, they were pretty frustrated with the length of time. I ran into him at a committee meeting, and he was all gung-ho to go down to talk to those people on the front lines. So he's not afraid to meet with the people that are frustrated with WYDOT's decision. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yeah, I'm very supportive of him. I was approached by the little community west of Laramie at the base of the Snowy Range, and they were having problems with speeding through their community for both snowmobilers coming through, skiers coming through, going way too fast. So I approached the director, and he was very responsive. He sent out some of his engineers to take a look at the community, and they came back with some recommendations. They haven't implemented all those, but I just mostly was impressed with his responsiveness to deal with that community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yeah, I too have been very impressed with Director Westby. We had some issues in Jeffrey City with regard to plowing issues and housing for WYDOT employees to make that happen, and he immediately responded. I'm happy and looking forward for my yes vote on this. Thanks.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I too urge you to vote yes for Mr. Westby. As your liaison to the Wyoming Transportation Commission, you know, I meet with him monthly at these meetings, and I've seen the leadership that he has provided the department, and I certainly have watched the leadership he provided his previous department, and I know what he's done for many other organizations, you know, like leading Cheyenne Frontier Days organization and a lot of other things he's done. He's a true leader, so on and for his confirmation.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on Darren Westby's nomination as Director of the Transportation Department.
Mr. Westby's nomination, Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinsky?
Aye.
Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll? Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Darren Westby appointment, 30 aye, 1 no.
By your vote, the appointment of Darren Westby as Director of the Department of Transportation has been approved. The next nominations for your consideration are the Investment Funds Committee appointments for the 2024 legislative session. And you will find those, and I will have, will the reading clerk please read the entire list of nominees?
From the Office of the Governor, February 27, 2024, to the Honorable Ogden Driscoll regarding Investment Funds Committee appointments for the 2024 legislative session. Dear President Driscoll, pursuant to Wyoming Statute 94720, a selection panel shall appoint members to the Investment Funds Committee with consent from the Senate. Dispensing with further reading, sincerely, Mark Gordon, Governor. Investment Funds Committee, Tom Chapman, Doug Dillard, Cecilia Herbert, Catherine Kerr.
And the majority floor leader has to move then. He did, all right. Then does any member wish to remove any names from the consent list? Does any member wish to remove any names from the consent list? Okay, no names are being removed from the consent list. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on the consent list for nomination to the Investment Funds Committee.
On the consent list for the Investment Funds Committee, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinsky? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? 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 Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll? Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed on the Investment Funds Committee consent list. 30 aye, 1 no.
By your vote, the appointments on the investment funds. By your vote, the appointments on the investment committee funds list have been approved. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Vice President, I move the Senate dissolve itself from open executive session.
You've heard the motion that we dissolve ourselves from open executive session. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Motion approved. We're dissolved. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, we are at that order of business, consideration of bills on general file.
Mr. Vice President, I move that we resolve ourselves into committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carried. Welcome, Senator Boner.
Committee of the whole come to order. First of all, for our consideration is House Bill 4. The reading clerk will read in the House Bill.
House Bill 4, engrossed, property tax refund program sponsored by the Revenue Committee, an act relating to property tax.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Biteman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation of House Bill 4. And for explanation of the bill and the discussion of the standing committee amendment, I'll turn it over to Senator Pappas.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do the reading of the standing committee amendment.
House Bill 4, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to engrossed copy, page 1, line 5, delete.
Senator Biteman.
Well, it looks like, oh, I thought you were going to do it. That's okay. Well, can somebody hand me the bill? I'll do it real quick. Okay, Mr. Chairman, this is a Revenue Committee bill that we sponsored during the interim. It seeks to expand the current property tax refund program. Last year, the Department of Revenue saw quite a big increase in applicants. It was a popular program. The wish is to expand the program by adding some more money into it. Let me pull up the fiscal note here. Yeah, as you can see, the fiscal note's about $1.5 million per year. And so I'll walk you through the bill real quick. On page 2, the other change we did to the program was expand, this is I think what happened over on the House side, they expanded the income threshold from 125% up to 165%. Over on page 4, there's a couple of different tiers. When we left the committee, it seemed like there was a lot of tiers, but the House pared it back to 3 different tiers of gross income. From 125% or less, you get 100% of the maximum refund. If your gross income is 145% or less of the applicable median income, the refund shall be 65%, Mr. Chairman. And then the top tier is if your gross income is 165% or less. It's kind of distracting when there's a lot of noise over there. You'll get 25% of the refund. That, Mr. Chairman, is the bill. Trying to see if there's anything else I missed on here. So last year, what they ended up running out of money. They had so many applicants, but the governor was able to BLM some funds to make sure everybody got the full refund. They asked us to appropriate some more money into this program so that wouldn't happen again, and they wouldn't have to prorate these refunds, and that everybody that applied that was eligible could receive the funds. And with that, does anybody have the standing committee amendment? We can go ahead and dispense of that. I guess I can pull it up real quick here. So there's looks like the standing committee amendment. I'll go ahead and move the standing committee amendment, Mr. Chairman. And then page 4, looks like it's on page 4, lines 22 and 23, and over to page 5, 1 through 3, we're going to delete the Department of Revenue audit.
Maybe get a little bit closer to your microphone if you would, Senator.
Sorry, I'm trying to read the committee amendment and read my bill here. So we heard testimony in committee that this auditing amendment that came in on the House side, I think on third reading, was going to be very cumbersome for the department. And the Department of Audit, basically nobody really wanted it, and they'd asked that it be removed. So we obliged and removed it from the bill, and that's part of your standing committee amendment. And also, the appropriation for $10,000 is just to add some more help at the department to administer the program. And yeah, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, on the standing committee amendment, Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I thank the good chairman for taking the bill, because I thought you actually did it yesterday when I was gone. And so I didn't have it prepared. But I just wanted to let the body know that this standing committee amendment, this language was in, and the appropriation was in the bill as it came to Appropriations Committee, and as it came out of came to the House. Oh, excuse me, to the body down the other end of the building. So this is an amendment that was stripped out, and we were just putting it back in. So the department, you'll see it's split into two, because there's funds for the two different types of funds. One to administer the property tax refund program under paragraph B, and then one for programming costs. I believe that's computer costs, if I'm not mistaken, in paragraph A. So they need this appropriation. So we felt that it wasn't appropriate to make them do the work and not fund the effort. So just taking out what the other body, just putting in what the other body took out.
Any further discussion? Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to apologize to the good floor manager who reluctantly was giving this bill. I made noises and I was interrupting him when he was speaking, because I was just told by committee chairman that I was going to reluctantly give another bill in just a minute, and I was kind of balking at that, and I apologize. But I want to speak on this bill for just a minute. We had a really robust discussion last year on the amendment when we were talking about this, and so, just vote your conscience, but thank you.
Any further discussion on the standing committee amendment? Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll have to apologize. I got a little ahead of myself yesterday and read in these statistics for House Bill 3 instead of House Bill 4. And if anybody's interested, I'll run through them here real quick again. This program, back in 2019, had about 1,500 applicants. 2020, none, since they cut the program essentially because of the downturn in our economy. 2021, there was 4,395 applicants. 2022, 8,800 applicants. And that dollar amount in 2022, and I don't have the 2023 numbers, but 2022 was $8.2 million. And the thresholds with this new bill, the director talked like this would raise the applications probably around 30%. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion on the standing committee amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Biteman's motion to adopt the Standing Committee amendment, say aye. Opposed, no. The motion carries. We're back on the bill. Any further discussion? Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two questions. The first one comes down to the multiple tiers. And one of the challenges when you're developing tiers is kind of the cliff effect of transitioning from one tier to the next, where you have $1 increase in your income and then you end up losing, in this case, going from 100% of benefit to 35% of benefit as you transition to the 126th percentile of income. And then similarly, I think when you're going to 165%, or 145% of income, you transition down to 25% of the benefit. And it sounds like there were amendments that went on to change that. This has gone back and forth. And I'm just wondering how we arrived at these particular tiers and whether they were sort of sanity checked in terms of the impacts of those cliff effects. I think the intent of them is good, but anytime you create multiple tiers, you run the risk of having unintended consequences of those tiers. So maybe a little discussion on why we're at 125, 145, I think, and 165% of FPL and then the associated tiers. The second question I have is there any discussion, or was there any discussion in the committee on this legislation, which I think is a very good program and it's a good bill for us to support. But one of the primary concerns that I've heard about this program is the idea or related to having to upfront pay the property taxes and then submit a rebate form and then receive the rebate afterwards. And I was wondering if there was any discussion about trying to put that form and application ahead of the tax payment so it's more of a prebate than a rebate, which I think would be very beneficial to the folks that utilize this program. Still need an application process, obviously, but I don't know why it has to be a rebate process. If that's going to be carried out, why couldn't it be a pre-authorization and then the state just makes a payment on behalf of the individual? So those are the two questions I was wondering about, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, further discussion? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, my question is on the interplay of this bill with other legislation that we've got going forward. This, Mr. Chairman, is, I forget the count, what, fifth or sixth or seventh property tax relief bill we've passed. And I think most of them are still alive and potential for becoming law. And I'm getting concerned on two fronts, Mr. Chairman. It seems to me there's possibility for duplication and inconsistency between the various property tax bills. They're like, this one's an old friend. This is the tried and true system of relief we've had for years and years and years. I think I can remember it going back 40 years or more. But there's a whole bunch of others that are giving relief in this same area. And I'm wondering, Mr. Chairman, are we going to make this difficult to administer? Are we going to make multiple reliefs that are going to, are the protections here that are adequate so we don't pay people more than the taxes? And also, is there an interplay between this and spending we've got in the budget bill, where we're going to wind up spending so much that we're going to spend more than we have, Mr. Chairman, because we give enough property tax relief so that we don't have as much as we're planning to spend. I think there's a potential problem here in this whole package in making a rational package that will work for the people, that will give people the relief that's needed, and that will be consistent with what we're doing in terms of our spending. Mr. Chairman, I think there's a coordination problem here, and I'd like to know, is there a plan to get all these worked out so that the end package is sensible, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, Senator Pops.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I don't know if there's a plan. Hopefully, that we'll eventually get to something that's coherent in all of these bills. But this bill is not like the other bills, okay? This is not tax relief, okay? This is not relief that's broad-based where we're giving tax relief to all our citizens. This is a refund program, and I believe it's the only refund bill we have, if I'm not mistaken. So it's targeting folks at certain income levels, right? It's intended to target those people who have been affected most, the lower income. But it is a refund program. Hence, it can't be, as the senator from Albany County was asking, the information that is required in order to make refunds will not come till later in the end of the year. September, I think, was the date that I think we heard. Maybe my good chairman could recall. But the department, we did discuss exactly the concerns that the good gentleman from the Ivory Tower mentioned in committee, and the good folks that run our revenue department spoke about the issues they had with trying to make this a program that would give money back in the same tax year. So this is a refund program. You have to have paid your taxes already in order to get a refund. So if it wasn't a refund program, then maybe we could do something like, it would be another tax relief program, not a refund program. So taxes have to be paid, and they won't know the information required to get the refund until the taxes are paid. So again, this is a completely different animal than the other bills. And this bill, and whichever relief bills we decide go forward, they can live together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Higgs.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my concerns are the same as those as my colleague from Bates Creek. You know, we're going to spend a lot of time, and I understand this is a refund program, and we addressed this last year on a piece of legislation and modified this just last year. At this point in time, we're going to change it again and bring in more complications for the refund program with a number of tiers. It just seems to me, you know, what we need to spend our time focusing on this is broad tax relief across the board. We dealt with this issue last year. We changed those requirements, made more people eligible into that program. Not to say it isn't merit, but I really think that we need to focus on those that are very broad tax relief programs that meet the most people. I'm still curious as to see how this one's working out. I believe in the governor's budget, they put more money into this program to make sure that there's eligibility, that we don't run short. So not saying this is a bad bill, I just think it's the wrong time.
Any further discussion? Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this bill and this program. It's, you know, it's a program that we didn't fund for a while. And a couple years ago, we began to fund it again, and it has proved popular. And it has proved that it helps the people that need the help. And we have, it's relatively inexpensive for the state. And by all accounts, it has been very successful. We added money for this program in the last budget. But it is a way that we can get relief to people that truly need it and also keep our local governments whole. It's the best kind possible. And it is more than a Band-Aid because it's up and running. There will be no constitutional amendment. There will be no further administrative rules. It's up and running and can go forward and help people this year. And so I urge us to expand this program and to put your support to it. It's relatively cheap in the big scheme of things. We were talking about bills that were $300 million and more for property tax relief for a lot of people and entities that didn't need it. This is a relatively modest amount of money for people that truly need it. There's no question about the constitutionality. It falls right within the dictates of the Constitution. It doesn't represent an exemption. There's no challenge. It works, it's proven, and it has grown in the past few years. It's one of the best low-hanging fruit we can give our taxpayers that need it.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was just about to say about the same words as my good friend from Fremont County about it not hitting our local governments, okay? Because this is funded by the states. So we will not be taking, as we are from tax relief, unless we backfill, and we have some of the bills that are backfilled, but unless all of those other relief bills really come out of the hide of our local towns and counties and school districts. But this one actually is funded by the state. It's taxes given back from the state to folks that are really in need. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think the number was $8 million last year. Is that the number, I believe, that we were able to help people in the lower income brackets really got help from this. And now we're just simply expanding the program. And yes, to my good friend from Bags, yeah, it's a little bit more complicated. The tiers are there. We did reduce 2 tiers. There were 2 more additional tiers than this when the bill came out of the Joint Committee. But now we're down to 3 tiers, and the cliff effect still is there, but I think it's a fair bill and will help those that are in need. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can maybe answer one question here from the senator from Albany County asking about trying to make it automatic, where you just get the refund, without having to have it sent to them where it's automatic. And we did check with LSO on that, and a lot of the problems with that is every year their income may change. And so it's on a case-by-case basis each year. So hopefully that helps answer that question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Beitman's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, to do so with a favorable recommendation of House Bill 4, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no.
No.
Motion carries. House Bill 4 is passed Committee of the Whole. Next up is House Bill 166.
House Bill 166, engrossed, Education Savings Accounts 1, sponsored by Representative Cluston, an act relating to education.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I move with the Committee of the Whole rise and report to do so with the recommendation that House Bill 166 do pass. There was a standing committee amendment. I ask it be read in at this time.
House Bill 166, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to engrossed copy, page 3, lines 22 and 23, delete.
Mr. Chairman, I move adoption of the standing committee amendment. Mr. Chairman, I apologize to the bill sponsors. I've talked to them, the ones on the floor. We're in the process of explaining standing committee amendment. We're going to largely explain the bill. But it does make sense to deal with the standing committee amendment up front. So what I'm going to yield to a member of our committee to do that. And then, Mr. Chairman, I hope you'll be sensitive if the co-sponsors that are listed want to speak after that before we go into a general debate in the standing committee amendment, and give them latitude to talk to the whole bill if they want to. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield to Senator Brennan for an explanation of the standing committee amendment.
Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Standing Committee Amendment 1 to House Bill 166 and ask for your favorable aye vote on this. There should be on your desks an engrossed version of this bill with the standing committee amendments tracked in. What we have done, this is the education savings accounts, which we should be somewhat familiar with as we passed a bill out of this body last year in support of this. We have done two things. This bill had a couple of things that were different from last year's bill. One was that it added a pre-school program in here and a means testing in here. And if you'll go start on page 3, lines 22 and 23, we're removing the kindergarten part out of that bill. That goes on to page line 4. We have a little bit of renumbering. Then on the bottom of page 5, on page 4, lines 18, you'll see that we put in the total amount to be deposited in an education savings account for an ESA student each year shall be $6,000. This was the amount that was in the bill last year, and then we take out the means testing on page 5. On page 6, we have some conforming stuff that brings out the preschool. Same thing on page 7. On page 9, 21, and 22, those lines are struck. Again, just conforming the bill to the amendments. Then I'll direct your attention to pages 10 and 11, and I'm going to go to 11 and explain paragraphs 9 through 17 first. This was an amendment that was adopted by the House that asks that there be instruction in the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. It was a paragraph of somewhat cumbersome language, so we struck that language. And then if you go back to lines 10, or page 10, on lines 3 after civics, we add includes a student of U.S. Constitution and Constitution of the State of Wyoming. So we essentially just moved that language so that we're still asking for the instruction of the U.S. Constitution and Constitution of Wyoming, just put it in a more appropriate place. On line 7 of 10, we strike requires and put provides that an ESA student may take the statewide assessment and administered pursuant to Wyoming Statute 21-2-34A or a nationally normed achievement exam. We have some renumbering that happens. And then on page 14, we're striking the language on lines 9 through parts of 13. Again, just this has to do with the means testing, so we're taking that, or the preschool, since we're taking that out, that has to do with taking the preschool out. On page 16, lines 13, after civics, we put include U.S. Constitution and Constitution of Wyoming. Again, just language there so that we're keeping that instruction, but just moving where it's at. And then 14, after science, we strike the balance of that line through line 16. That has to do with the preschool. On 17, lines 7 through the first part of line 8, we strike that language because we've taken out the preschool. We do the same thing on page 20. On page 22, lines 16 through 21, that was also part of that Constitution amendment that we just re-languaged in other parts of the bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that is the standing committee amendments.
Any discussion on the standing committee amendment? Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, fellow senators, I worked with the primary sponsor of this bill and finally found one of these that we were able to craft that I was very supportive of. And I thought it had a great opportunity for us to put something meaningful in place in terms of this savings account situation. What this standing committee amendment does, obviously, is rewrite this bill. It does so many things, I'm not sure if we want to launch in and talk about all of them. But, you know, one of the things that has changed is this income level. In the standing committee amendment, we now give up to $6,000 per family, and we don't have any income qualification there. So I'm not even sure if that piece meets the necessary requirements under the Constitution, necessary support of the poor. I don't know. I also wrote this down. If the students receive the money, the bill that, and by the way, Mr. Chairman, you were on it with me, the bill that we had originally just simply required that if you accept the money, we want the students to take one of the tests approved by the Wyoming Department of Education. And finally, another intriguing piece of the bill for me before it was stripped out by this standing committee amendment is the idea of maybe getting started encouraging families to put 4-year-olds. We started with 3-year-olds, but to put 4-year-olds into an opportunity to take some schooling. Our education committee has said over and over the last couple of years that we're not getting our kids up to 3rd grade reading level. Well, the way we do that, I think, is get them started as 4-year-olds. You know, we're funding families here, so we're not paying for teachers, we're not paying for a facility, we're just giving our families an opportunity to get started with their little 4-year-olds. Maybe give them a better chance. And with that, we thought that we could get good results. Within about 3 or 4 years, we would be able to track this. We could go right to the 3rd grade level, Mr. Chairman, and find out, is it working? Are we improving this 3rd grade reading level? Some of the achievement in 1 through 3. So I'm sorry for the long explanation, but the fact is it's a completely different bill, and the standing committee amendment essentially turns it into a bill that we passed last year that died, I think, on the other end. So that's our choice this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, let me respond to some of that. The bill that is, as it comes to you, really has 2 parts to it. They're related. They're both trying to reach the problem that the previous speaker illustrated, Mr. Chairman, where we're not getting satisfactory results in our teaching of reading. We need to improve. The one part is giving families an opportunity to go outside the public school system. And if the local public school is not doing an adequate job, they'll have a way to escape that and go to an outfit that the parents believe will do a better job. So that's one part. The second part, and they're related enough, Mr. Chairman, so I don't think there was any constitutional problem with 2 subjects. Second part was the preschool, and the preschool that was focused on preparing kids to do a better job learning. And, Mr. Chairman, I was prepared to support that because I thought that was a potential solution or partial solution to the problems that we have. I don't think there's any single solution that will solve it all, but it would be part of the solution. And, Mr. Chairman, in the committee hearing we had strong opposition to that part of the bill from a large organization that represents many of the professionals in the subject of education in this state. And they were saying not that they were opposed to preschool education. They were very much supportive of it. But they were saying that what was proposed in this bill was not yet ready for prime time, that there were issues of curriculum, there were issues of how do you manage it, there were other issues that were not adequately dealt with in this bill, Mr. Chairman, and that part of the thing was simply not ready for prime time, and we were likely to wind up seeking a preschool, Mr. Chairman, and getting a daycare. Now, you can be for or against state subsidized daycare, but that's not the intention here. The intention was to solve an education problem, and the argument was that we weren't doing that, and that was seconded by some other witnesses that spoke in the committee. And, Mr. Chairman, frankly, I was convinced that what we were hearing was right, and that we did need to remove this particular piece of the legislation because it wasn't going to work, wasn't really ready. And that's the primary thing this amendment does. The graduation by income, that feature, the means test, was, I think, possibly constitutionally required for the preschool part because it's outside the normal education age ranges. And education, I think we can educate everybody. There are some effects when you remove the means testing on the performance of the rest of the bill, but I don't think there's a requirement there. So, Mr. Chairman, that's the primary issue in the Standing Committee amendment. There was some streamlining of some language with regard to the requirement to teach about the U.S. Constitution, the Wyoming Constitution as well, that was worthwhile. But the primary, Mr. Chairman, is removing the proposal for developmental preschool on the argument that it really hadn't adequately been vetted and thought out and was going to have consequences that we didn't intend. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm in support of the Standing Committee amendment.
Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have concerns about the amendment. I'll get to those in a second, and the bill, but I wanted to start with a little bit of process. I'm a little concerned about the way that we're presenting this and handling it. And what I wanted to note is, we have two proponents of this legislation as originally drafted in the Senate, two sponsors, and we have a standing committee amendment that's effectively a hostile amendment to those two sponsors. I think it's important in the future that when we have a bill with a situation like that, that the first speaker gets to be a proponent of the bill that presents the bill as drafted, as supported, prior to an attack on the bill by the standing committee through the standing committee amendment. Otherwise, we'll end up getting confused. The debate won't go forward. And at this point in time, realistically, this bill has not been presented, right? There's been no real presentation of the bill because the process didn't allow that. So I have concerns about that. I think everybody in here has had their bill kind of hijacked at one point or another and gone off in a direction that we didn't want, and we should be sensitive to that and ensure that a proponent of the bill presents the bill prior to attacking the bill in fairness. So that said, looking at the bill, I think it's important to note what's in the bill prior to considering and while considering the standing committee amendment. The tall senator from Bates Creek noted some of the points, but there's a lot that went into the drafting and crafting of the bill as originally brought, the engrossed version that came to the Senate, to try to provide constitutional protections and to try to bring together a couple of different concepts as noted. So those two concepts are the K-12 education program and ESA for those ages, but also the early childhood education, pre-K, for the 4-year-olds. And each of those has constitutional considerations as to whether or not a certain number of dollars, whether it's $1,000, $3,000, $5,000, or $6,000, can be given to those parents. So how do we get to the point, Mr. Chairman, where we can give several $1,000s to a parent and not violate 16.6? And there are a few vehicles for that. One of those is to recognize that we are having income challenge, that we're giving support for the poor. So at both levels, both for the early childhood education and the K-12, on page 4 and 5 of the bill engrossed, is language that provides means testing for income that generates the $1,000, $3,000, or $5,000 levels based on the applicant's portion of federal poverty level. So that provides some protection against the 16.6 provision because it is against support for the poor at this point at either of those income levels. I would note that the Standing Committee amendment takes that out and that it's for all income levels, and so that constitutional protection, which would provide some protection in the court for the K-12 education aspect of it, goes away. Mr. Chairman, it's relatively straightforward that the early childhood education is probably constitutional at these low incomes since we already provide funding for some low-income individuals to have early childhood education in the state of Wyoming, and that has not been challenged. And I think it's important to take note of those two different divisions. So, Mr. Chairman, going specifically to the amendment, what I'll note in opposition to Standing Committee Amendment number 1 is simply that we have been down this road before, and what this amendment does is take a bill that was a compromise piece of legislation that brought together two different ideas to try and achieve sufficient consensus to pass those ideas, where you have some like me that support early childhood education and would like to see funding for early childhood education. You have others that support the ESA process in the K-12 education system that frankly I oppose and have never supported. But trying to bring those two together to create a system that has broad enough benefit that it would achieve support. And so this was a piece of legislation coming out of the Education Committee, and now through this approach that we see here, which is an alternative form of it, where it brings together those two ideas sufficient that I was willing to support it, even though only half of it, in my view, was good public policy and the other half was potentially unconstitutional and detrimental. With this amendment, all of the early childhood education aspect, which is clearly constitutional, goes away, leaving behind only the unconstitutional, non-means tested ESA program, which many people might support from a policy standpoint. We know that we had legislation that is effectively what this is being transitioned into in previous years that has been supported. But the same cautions for those bills that probably led to their demises will be in place if we pass this amendment. So, Mr. Chairman, on and against the amendment, because right now we have a bill that could pass constitutional muster, and addresses those most in need in a way that could potentially improve education in the state of Wyoming, particularly in early childhood education. After Standing Committee Amendment number 1, we're left with a bill that seems clearly at face value to be unconstitutional on a number of different areas, particularly providing school funds directly to private schools, which we know pursuant to Article 7, Section 8 of the Wyoming Constitution is unconstitutional, where it says no appropriation shall be made from said fund to any district for the year in which the school has not been maintained for at least 3 months, nor shall any portion of the public school fund ever be used to support or assist any private school or any school, academy, seminary, college, or other institution of learning controlled by any church or sectarian organization or religious denomination whatsoever. That's unambiguous, Mr. Chairman. Now, the response in committee to that was the left pocket, right pocket argument, which is, well, this doesn't use school funds, this uses general funds, and therefore everything's okay. I'm not sure the court is going to be so naive as to believe that if we just create a bucket of money that we label as not school funds, write that on the side of it, maybe in a marker, and then say, well, we took the money out of the not school funds special account. It's therefore not the state's funds and not accessible. They might be, it's possible. But at the end of the day, that's a pretty tenuous argument. The Constitution makes it very clear that we are not to support private schools with state funds. This is clearly an instance of that. If we pass this amendment and we have no means testing to provide protection, on and against the amendment, it's unconstitutional.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the amendment, and the only way that I will support the bill is with the amendment. As long as we're bringing up the Constitution, let's talk about the bill to contain only one subject, which will be expressed in the title. And no bill except the general appropriation bills and bills for the codification of general revision of laws shall be passed containing more than one subject. We've just been talking about two subjects this whole time. Two subjects, pre-K and our K-12. And so that right there is one of the issues with the bill without. And if you look back in our history, you'll see that those bills have each been contained, those subjects, each in a separate bill. And both admittedly have failed. And so now this is an attempt to bring those two subjects into one bill. This committee went ahead and stripped the one subject out and said, we're going to deal with this. With regards to funding pre-K and early education and reading, sometimes I think we have to go back to common sense too, and that is that when I have something that's failing in my business, I don't give it more time and more money. I maybe fire someone that's not doing their job. So with that, those are a couple of arguments for the amendment. I hope you'll vote aye, and we can get on to the bill. Thank you.
Senator Schuh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most of what I was going to say, I think the good senator from Albany County talked about it, but I have a couple of other things along with taking the amendment as it is now. I could not pass, I could not vote for this bill in any way, shape, or form. One of the biggest issues I have, besides the constitutionality, first of all, why would we pass an amendment that we know we're going to get sued? It doesn't make any sense. But really, the way the amendment reads, we're just going to give a $6,000 check to anybody that wants it, and we're not going to have any accountability or transparency. Because really, the other part of the amendment just basically says that these ESA students may take an assessment. May. Public school kids don't get a chance to say, well, I think I'll take it, I think I won't. But right now, we're just going to give a $6,000 check to those folks who want to do this, and if you want to take it, great. If you don't, we always are kind of pounding on our public school folks. Are we getting our bang for our buck? And here's a point where we don't really care, even though we know that this right now, the way this is amended, it's unconstitutional. But we don't really care if there's any accountability to those folks that take it, or to their kids that take it. And I don't know, why wouldn't you want them to be assessed? If you really think you can do a better job in the public schools, why wouldn't you want your kids to take those assessments? See where you are, whether you're a homeschooler, whether you're going to a private school, charter school, well, charter school, we already know is public, but why wouldn't you want them to be tested and to know that they are making progress or they're not making progress? So everything about this amendment is wrong. I hope you will not support the amendment.
Any further discussion on the Standing Committee Amendment number 1? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I want to refocus our discussion on what the amendment actually does. Mr. Chairman, the constitutional issues, frankly, are on the bill. I will address those later when we're on the bill. what the amendment does, the primary thing it does, is remove a program that we were told, and I think accurately told, was not yet ready for prime time because it hadn't been adequately thought out. And the implication was, and the testimony was, that what we were going to get if we passed this was a state subsidized daycare program, not a real preschool program. And frankly, I found that argument to be persuasive, Mr. Chairman. I think that's the real issue that's at stake here in the amendment. So on and for the amendment.
Senator Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly to address some of the points raised on the two subjects, I think that is important to note. That was not raised previously, and part of the reason for that is it's not two subjects, it is an ESA that applies in a variety of categories. And if you look at the categories in the bill, even without the pre-K as a possible age category for an ESA to be applied, there are other possible age categories, use categories in the bill as it is right now. So the idea that that creates a separate bill, there are two different topics in the bill, when realistically it's just an ESA that can be used for this list of possible applications, seems certainly contrary to what the Constitution's talking about by one or two titles. That can be infinitely regressive in any bill at that point. You know, having a laundry list of possible applications for a tax break would then be a multitude of different topics. Getting to the idea about the constitutionality not being with regard to the amendment, Mr. Chairman, I think it is with regard to the amendment, because a lot of the protections on the constitutionality come down to the means testing, which applies to support of the poor. When you take out the means testing and will give $6,000 to anybody regardless of their income, you no longer have any constitutional protection at that point. That is an important consideration, because at this point, if we pass the amendment, even if the bill then goes on to pass, it's questionable from a constitutional standpoint, and it seems like it would immediately be enjoined and challenged as an unlawful use of state funds, probably on multiple levels at that point, because there's nothing you can point to in the Constitution that would indicate that you're providing a lawful use of those funds. And the final thing I'll note, Mr. Chairman, is a concern. When a bill is so changed in the process through an amendment that original proponents of the bill switch to, I'm going to vote against the bill, I think that's an important thing to consider. When you've changed it so much, I'm not saying it's an unconstitutional change necessarily, I'm just saying it's one of those changes that we've probably all been there before. We've all felt it. We've all had a bill. We liked the bill. We wrote the bill. It was our bill. Felt pretty good about it. It comes to the body, and it changes so much that we cast a no vote at the end of the game. And I'm not saying that's out of order, but I'm saying that we should question that. We should think to ourselves, do we really want to hang an amendment on a bill that leads to the original proponents of the bill turning around and walking away from that piece of legislation because it no longer accomplishes the task that it was set out to accomplish? And I think that's where we're at with this piece of legislation, Mr. Chairman. And in particular, if we pass this standing committee amendment, which is why I'm on and against.
Any further discussion on the standing committee amendment? Senator Lander.
So, Mr. Chairman, again, on the standing committee amendment, because that's what we've been presented with here, I could use a little bit of help. The questions that I had, I've outlined those, but being told that it's not ready for prime time, I'm curious about that. One of the reasons that I thought we could take a chance on allowing families to target these 4-year-olds. Mr. Chairman, you and I toured one of our private schools in our neighborhood, and I thought repeatedly after that visit that there are a lot of families who don't have the opportunity. My kids, my grandkids, they're going to get pre-kindergarten class. They're going to get to go to school, and at the 4-year-old age group, they're going to be reading, and off they go. So many families don't get that opportunity. And I thought, you know, if we're going to set up an account like this, especially if we means test it and direct it to those who don't have the ability to put their little ones in a program like that, I think that's a great opportunity for us to give it a shot. I don't know what it means when a bill that we worked really pretty hard to put together, I don't know what it means that it's not ready for prime time. I could use some help on that one. But I continue to really struggle to get arms around this standing committee amendment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the standing committee amendment? Okay, seeing, Senator Brandon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we go to the question again, I would just ask that you guys vote aye on this. We have heard in committee that there wasn't a good definition of what is high-quality preschool, that this could turn into just funding daycare, and we don't want to be funding daycare. We want to be funding K through 12 education. Please vote aye.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Senator Scott's motion to adopt standing committee amendment number 1 to House Bill 166, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. That motion carries. Okay, division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Okay, 16 aye. All those opposed, please stand. That motion carries. I knew you needed the exercise. Okay. We're back on the bill. And we also have a second standing committee amendment, which we can get to. I believe that's Appropriations Committee, but in the meantime, we'll go to Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I'll wait till after the second standing committee amendment.
Okay, we do have a standing committee amendment number 2. We could read that at this time.
House Bill 166, Standing Committee Amendment Number 2 to engrossed copy, page 28, line 21, delete.
Okay, anybody want to take that as Appropriations Committee? I guess we'll wait for them to come back on the floor. That has been read in. I think it's appropriate for them to move it unless we have a volunteer. No, okay. Anybody who wants to speak, please stand. Or just your own discussions. Okay, we can come back. Senator Greer. Oh, okay. Senator Kinski.
I would move Senate Standing Committee Amendment Number 2 to House Bill 166. And let's debate it. I wasn't there for the meeting, but I'm moving the amendment. Get it on the floor here. Well, it deletes 20 million and inserts 5 million on line 28, or page 28, lines 21 and 22.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any discussion on Standing Committee Amendment number 2? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, what the bill is seeking to do is to have a test of these educational savings accounts, frankly, see how they work. I'm concerned that if we adopt the there's potential, Mr. Chairman, for considerable savings by going to the 6,000 figure, which is about 11,000 cheaper than what we do on a per pupil basis in the public schools. if you cut that back too much, what you wind up doing is largely funding people who are already in private schools, and essentially you're subsidizing that. And you're not allowing enough of the families that would move if they had this subsidy to do that. And I'm afraid it will have that effect, Mr. Chairman. And so I would resist this amendment. As I recall, the amendment did not deal with the funding or did it deal with the funding in the State Department of Education, which funding is needed because they don't have expertise in this particular area. But I think that if we go to the 5 million, we won't have as good a test, and we won't have the potential for saving in the public school area. I think the bill, as it came to us from the other body with the 20 million appropriation, is going to work better. So, Mr. Chairman, for that reason, on and against standing committee amendment.
Any further discussion, Senator Kinski?
I will join my colleague from Bates Creek in speaking against this amendment. As an appropriator, it always warms my heart to see a reduction. But as an advocate for ESAs and getting a program going in Wyoming, I'm willing to pay for good policy. And so I think I agree with the education chairman. Let's leave it at the $20 million level and defeat this amendment.
Senator Gervrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm for the amendment. Your JAC was trying to be conservative, and we had no testimony that said that this would hurt the count. And so we were just trying to get with the flavor of the week and try to save a little money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion on Standing Committee Amendment number 2? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Kinski's motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment number 2, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. No. That motion fails. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Okay, thank you. All those opposed, please stand. Okay, so that failed 8-19. We're back on the bill. Any further discussion? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I did promise I would talk to the constitutional issues because this bill does raise some. And I want to read the provision of the Constitution that I think raises the principal question. And we did discuss this some length in the interim and in the interim committee. Look at your Constitution, Article 7, Section 8. It speaks about the maintenance of a school for 3 months, et cetera. And then it says, nor shall any portion of any public school fund ever be used to support or assist any private school or any school, academy, seminary, college, or other institution of learning controlled by any church, sectarian organization, religious denomination whatsoever. We had, and we were cautioned by our LSO attorneys to pay attention to that particular section. And so we looked at it very carefully. And we had testimony in the Joint Interim Committee previous year on this particular issue from some legal experts that had dealt with this particular language, because our Constitution is not unique. We've copied something called the Blaine Amendment, and this is it. And what they're saying was, with this specific language, they're referring to the public school fund. Okay, it's quite clear from the rest of this Constitution. You're talking about the revenue that we're getting off our school trust lands. You're talking about the revenue that is coming from the Common School Fund, Mr. Chairman. You're talking about, in Wyoming's case, the mill levies that are dedicated to the schools, both local and the state levies. They all really amount to the same thing the way our finance system is. So clearly, we cannot spend those funds. What we were told was that elsewhere, they have succeeded by spending general funds that were not tied to the schools. And when you read the specific language, Mr. Chairman, that makes sense. That's the principal constitutional argument. Mr. Chairman, I'll mention a couple of others. Two subjects in the bill. Yes, there are two different approaches to the same problem, the need for reform and improvement in our public schools. That's not unusual. That's well within the constitutional bounds. I don't think that's an issue. They're talking about the means test, basic education programs, Mr. Chairman. We have never means tested. They're available to everybody. You can see that justification for it. If you read Article 7, Section 1, you want a complete system, you need to teach all the kids, and if the parents feel that some of the systems are failing, it makes sense to give them an option. So with the school funds, I think that the real argument is that section in Section 8, and it is clearly restricting the school funds, doesn't restrict the others, and it will probably, Mr. Chairman, produce a test case, see what the courts say, and that will be definitive. But it sure appears constitutional as I look at it, Mr. Chairman. So I urge us to adopt the bill and be confident that we are producing a bill that is constitutional and will stand the constitutional muster.
Senator Case. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, that last discussion leads me to believe that the purpose of this bill and these accounts is to go towards scholarships that may predominantly be for organizations that are religious or parochial. And, you know, I'm okay with that for the most part, but I'm kind of a believer in science, you know. And we have a lot of restrictions in our law about what's taught in the public schools. We have the curriculum and we have all this stuff, and we have, you know, all these are agonized out. And I'm worried about what's going to be taught. And I'll give you an example. The wealth of this state is built on coal from the Powder River Basin. That's a huge, important factor. In fact, we built all the new schools for the past 20 years on revenue from coal lease bonuses that came from those vast deposits of coal in the Powder River Basin. Those deposits were laid down something in the nature of 60 million years ago. Wyoming has some of the oldest mountains in North America, the Granite Mountains. I get to drive by them every weekend when I go past, Independence Rock and Jeffrey City, Winkleman Dome. All through there is old granite mountains that predate the Rocky Mountains in spades. They were buried and re-revealed. That's where all the uranium came from that was in those mountains. Mr. Chairman, deep under Wyoming is a thing called the Wyoming, I think it's called a craton. I may be saying that wrong. And it's one of the oldest landmass structures in North America. It's nearly 2 billion years old. And it's dated in means, it's interesting how they actually date this stuff, is that they actually found a piece of asteroid, Mr. Chairman, that they know was from the formation of the solar system. And they were able to determine the ratio of uranium to lead in that asteroid. And they determined an age in the billions of years. It's like 4-point-something billion years old. But they have determined the same ratio in some of the oldest rocks on the Earth, which indicates that the asteroids in the solar system formed at the same time billions of years ago. Why the heck am I talking about this, Mr. Chairman? I bet you're wondering. There are plenty of curriculums out there in religious education that teach that the Earth is about 6,000 years old, and that man and all the beasts were formed at the same time by the Lord, and that we all were on the Earth at the same time. I've even bought some of those religious posters that show the dinosaurs and mankind together. And maybe dinosaurs hauling carts and stuff like that. It's ridiculous, Mr. Chairman. It's absolutely ridiculous. It doesn't produce educated children. And I guess my question is, Mr. Chairman, will this money go to support any type of education that, for example, doesn't believe in modern medicine, believes that the Earth is relatively a blink of the eye, 6,000 to 7,000 years old in biblical time, that might believe that the Great Flood was what wiped out the dinosaurs? Can this be used for programs that teach a science curriculum with those elements? And then maybe it could go farther into the world of politics, where maybe masks don't do any good for vaccines, and vaccines are bad. And I'm not comfortable going down this road if that can happen. And as I read this bill, I think that could happen. What in the world are we doing? What happened to the enlightened people that we had? Opposed to the bill.
Any further discussion? Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we're on the Constitution, Article 7, Section 11 states that neither the legislature nor the superintendent of public instruction shall have the power to prescribe textbooks to be used in our schools, public schools. So I don't think there's a real concern, or we should have a real concern over what these parents want to teach their children. I've talked to some of these parents that want to take their children out of our public schools and teach them, and most of them want a classic, well-rounded education. And if we go to Article 7, Section 20, Mr. Chair, the duty of the legislature is to protect and promote health and morality of the people. And I won't read it because I know we all have a copy of our Constitution to see that the legislature is, I won't read the whole thing, the legislature is supposed to protect and promote these vital interests by such measures for the encouragement and temperance and virtue, and such restrictions upon vice and immorality of every sort are deemed necessary for our public welfare. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, after that discussion, can someone get a scholarship for $6,000, send their kids to an elementary school where they teach that the earth is 6,000 years old? Yes or no?
Any further discussion? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, frankly, I think this is a red herring. Mr. Chairman, what will the money be used for? I think it'll primarily be used for elementary education. It'll be used teaching children how to read. It will be used teaching children basic mathematics. That's what's taught in elementary schools. If we're talking about institutions of higher education, then perhaps the debate would be more relevant. But most of the schools where it could be used are teaching at the elementary level. There's a few high schools, and to my knowledge, their science curriculums are pretty much what you would see anywhere in the public schools. Mr. Chairman, I think we shouldn't be seeing things that go bump in the night. Yes, the U.S. Supreme Court has said that we can't discriminate against the religious schools. But I think we can see what, you look around the state, you can see what you're going to get. And it's going to be mostly elementary education and mostly, Mr. Chairman, an opportunity to teach reading and basic mathematics. And I think that's something that's in common, but we have considerable evidence that we're not getting an adequate job yet done in the public schools, which, as a proponent of the public schools, is something I want to change, and I think the competition here will be useful.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't think we're talking about things that go bump in the night, and I think the answer is unambiguously yes to can we teach basically anything at one of these institutions. It's important to read the bill and see what the bill actually does. There are no restrictions in terms of what the content would be. There are some requirements that various contents be included, but no details about whether they have to be factually accurate. It just says things like teach some science, teach some math, teach some reading, but it doesn't matter whether they're accurate or not. But Mr. Chairman, one of the keys to the amendment we just passed is the removal of any testing requirements, any accountability whatsoever. So the idea that we want to inspire some competition and try and see test scores increase would assume that we could have a comparison between those students in our exceptional public school system, best in the country, with NAEP scores at or near the top, particularly in fourth grade reading and math, year in, year out. How do those compare to these schools that will be receiving the vouchers? These private schools that may be sectarian schools that will be receiving the vouchers. If we wanted to inspire competition and we wanted to try to understand how that competition allows things to thrive, then we would expect the same accountability in the competitors. They would have to demonstrate competence and demonstrate expertise and teach our children well, but we do not hold them accountable. We put no requirements on them. They can teach anything they want, or quite frankly, not teach anything at all. And it'll all be just fine. They'll still get their $6,000. Every one of those kids, whether the parents need $6,000 or not, because there's no means testing, it's simply a handout to private and religious schools. Now, the idea that we can't discriminate against religious schools based on Supreme Court decision is right, but the interpretation of that is important. What the Supreme Court said is that if you're giving money to a private school, you can't choose not to give money to a private religious school, because that's discrimination based on religion. And that's fair, that's reasonable. But it does not say that the state of Wyoming is under any obligation to give money to a private school or a private religious school. So when you look at our Constitution, which we also are compelled to adhere to, Mr. Chairman, it says that we cannot give funds to a private school or a religious school. It's pretty easy to understand how to appropriately interpret that, comply with the U.S. Supreme Court decision, and do what's in the best interest of the people of the state of Wyoming and our kids in particular, and that is to not pass House Bill 166, which clearly violates the Wyoming Constitution, both the spirit and the letter, provides for an unaccountable system of education where our funds are going into an unknown hole. We don't know what happens to those funds, and we end up leading to potentially low-quality educational outcomes for students that shouldn't be subsidized by the state of Wyoming, when those same dollars could be going to our public education if we can afford it. So contemplate, we're talking $20 million here. That's over 200 teachers. 200 teacher salaries, 200 teachers for $20 million. I'll take it. That's a good deal. That's going to help the students of the state of Wyoming. If we can afford $20 million to improve education and to try and make our reading better, here's an alternative bill. A bill that hires 200 early childhood education reading specialists. I can assure you that's going to make a difference on our reading scores for those third graders. They're going to be experts. They're going to be certified. They're going to be college educated. They're going to have rigorous backgrounds. And they're going to have a determinable, critical effect on the students of the state. But instead, we're talking about taking $20 million and giving it out with no measurement, no recourse, no evaluation. The last point I'd like to make on and against this bill relates to the concept of our educational funding from the School Foundation Program. The idea that, again, we become constitutional if we just separate it out and say these are general funds. So with general funds, we don't have to worry about constitutionality anymore. We can do anything we want with them. We just say not school funds. Will be interesting if we get to the point, again, where we're challenged on fully funding the School Foundation Program accounts educational model. And if we come into this legislature and say, hey, I don't know how we can afford to fully fund this, we're not going to be able to give an ECA this year, we're not going to be able to fulfill our obligation with the courts under the Constitution to achieve the Campbell decisions and provide that basket of goods to all students in the state of Wyoming. How do we say that when we're spending $20 million a year from the general fund on unaccountable educational funds going to private and sectarian schools? How do we say that with a straight face? That's a chip shot loss in a lawsuit against the state. If we can afford this, then we certainly can be fully funding the state education program and the model. And Mr. Chairman, I'd say at this point in time, we're not quite there. We're a little bit short on that, probably $70 or $80 million if you do the math. Where does this $20 million come from? How can we afford it and not fully fund the education program? For those reasons, I'm on and against 166.
Thank you, Senator Byman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay. So we're concerned about what religious schools might teach, and we're really concerned about possibility that they might teach something we're not all that interested for $6,000. Let's talk about what we're getting for $20,000 a pop at our public schools. Let's see, we can get furries, litter boxes. We could get some DEI. We can have your child get transitioned behind your back without you knowing about it. What else could we get? Bullying, rampant bullying. Teaching to the test. all the complaints we hear about. Why are we so afraid of parents having a choice into how their children are educated? Why does it have to be a one-size-fits-all, government-mandated school program that may not be a good fit for your child? Why are we so afraid of parents making decisions for their children, what's best? Why are we afraid of the money following the child? If our public schools are doing great, and most of them are, people won't leave. If a kid's trapped in a public school that does all the things I just mentioned, there's going to be a race to the exit, and people will vote with their feet. And that is a good thing, Mr. Chairman. Competition is a good thing for the children. And this does it at less than half the price. Let's give it a shot and see if it works. I guarantee it'll work because a lot of other states are doing it. Wyoming is way behind, like always. Other states are kicking our butts in education. It's time we get on board and trust the parents. Parents, I'm a parent, you're a parent, Mr. Chairman. We know what's best for our children. We want what's best for our children. We want the best education possible. Could be a public school, could be a multitude of other opportunities, but let's not rob our kids of these opportunities. On and for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I got to stand up. Most of you know that I'm a homeschool parent, my wife and I, and I am not in any way going to take this money because I don't want the strings of the requirements of the either state or federal money telling me or my wife the curriculum of our son. But I do have to push back when we talk about, are they going to teach anything or nothing? Parents care about their kids. I believe that they care about quality education for their kids. And as the previous senator said, I believe parents love their children and they will do what's right in their educational requirements. Now, with regard to the question about, religious instructions and those crazy people, who believe that Joshua commanded the sun to stand still, or that a flood covered the whole earth. I'm one of those crazy people. This is about freedom. This is about giving parents educational freedom. I'm not going to take this money, but if other homeschoolers want to do it, that's up to them. I'm on the side of trusting the parents to know what's best for the education of their kids. I was waffling on this bill. Not anymore. I will vote for 166. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know we beat this dead horse to death, but I'm going to beat it a little bit more. I was, somewhat on the fence with this bill to start with. After it was amended, there's no way I can vote for it. As I said before, it's interesting though. There's 24 amendments that were popped on over at the House, down the hall. That tells you a little something about a bill that's not quite ready for prime time. But maybe it was better until we amended it here. It's not good right now. I'm just going to go ahead and read a little bit out of Article 7 again, just for those of you who don't think we're going to be sued. No appropriation shall be made from said funds in which a school is not, nor shall any portion of any public funds ever be used to support or assist any private school or any school, academy, seminary, college, or other institution of learning controlled by any church or sectarian organization or religious denomination whatsoever. That's Article 7, Section 8. There's others. I think there's 3 or 4 mentions of the type of money and how we can use it, and this is not one of them. And when you amended this bill, basically what you've done is you have made it unconstitutional. And are we okay with the Constitution when we're okay with it, and then we're just not when we're not? We fix it when we want to fix it if it does what we want it to do. To me, if it's in here, I guess it was good enough for those folks back then. It's good enough for me now. I don't think we can amend it. I think we'll get sued. I'm really interested in hearing from our good senator from Fremont County because I've been getting just tons and tons of emails from homeschoolers. A lot of homeschool parents that don't want any part of this bill. And I don't blame them. I don't either. But you know, the funny thing is, we do have a lot of choice. We had a lot of choice before this bill came down the pike. Parents could take their kids and put them in a private school, a charter school, a virtual school, a public school, or they could homeschool. Those are all great options for anybody that wants to do whatever they want to do with their kids. I don't think anybody doubts that parents should make the best choice for their kids. But really what we're doing with this bill now is we're just saying we're going to give whoever wants it a $6,000 check, go do what you want. There won't be any means testing, there won't be any assessment, there won't be any accountability, there won't be any transparency. We won't know where it'll go and what those kids are doing, where they're at, if they progressed, if they're learning anything. And as a teacher who's been around the block for a few years, I taught for 40 years, and I'm going to tell you right now, some of our kids that were in some of these other options, when they did come into public school, you know, they were quite a few of them were behind, quite a bit behind. There were exceptions to the rule, and some of them were very bright. But, you know, if you think you're going to take 90,000 kids and they're all going to be perfect and they're all learning, you know, not such good things in our public schools, you're up in the night. Our public schools do a great job. Do I think that there's other options out there? Yes. But this bill is clearly unconstitutional. I think it will take money away from our public schools. I don't know why we want to do that. If we want to improve them, we want to get them better. It's just like the good senator from Albany County said, you know, we should be taking a real look at what we're doing there as well. Instead of just saying, let's just funnel it to whoever wants it and let their kids hope that they do all right with it. On and against this bill.
Any further discussion? Senator Bray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to address a couple of things that have come up as concerns. First, on the constitutionality, we're funding a program, an education program out of the general fund. Second, we've heard a lot about testing. We test students in the public schools. It adds stress for the students, it adds stress for the teachers, and I don't see anything changing due to what test scores are. They just simply exist. There is no accountability there, I would argue. Third, with the homeschoolers, I know we've been getting a lot of emails from homeschoolers opposing this bill and saying that they would like to be written out of the bill. I want to draw your attention to page 12, lines 14 through 19. Homeschoolers are out of the bill. It says, nothing in this act shall be construed to require an ESA student to be enrolled full-time or part-time in a non-public school. An ESA student receiving individualized instructions in a non-school setting shall not be construed to be a student of a home-based education program as defined in Wyoming Statute 21-4-101A with a little v. This gives more freedom to parents to choose. They can choose home education without funds, or they can choose to be an ESA student educated at home. I'm with the senator behind me. We know that every child is created on purpose, with purpose, for a purpose. What we need to be doing is making sure that we give our students the tools to reach their full potential when they become adults. That is what this bill does. On and for the bill, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Years ago when I was in high school, I was a debater. I remember the year the topic was resolved that the American educational system should be significantly changed. That's where I discovered Milton Friedman and his writings about the power of choice and the impact that it has on an educational system. Not many parents have to opt out for the school system to realize there's a little bit of competition and to sharpen up their act. The evidence is it has a good effect not only on the private schools, but on the public schools. The other thing about choice is it should be for everybody. It really should be. I was fortunate that the first 6 years of my education, my folks had the money to send us to a private parochial school. Transferred to high school, that's the last work I did until I got to college. got a heck of an education. Of course, the rulers helped, with the nuns. My kids, same thing. I was blessed to have the resources that I could send them to a private parochial school. I had one of my kids that was really struggling. I mean, unbelievably. But I had the money. I found a talent salvage school, enrolled him, turned his life around. What about the people that don't have the money? Aren't they entitled to the same opportunity as my parents gave me and as I gave my kids? Aren't those people entitled to choice? Isn't everybody in the state of Wyoming entitled to choice? There's something else that's driving the need for choice, that drives these ESAs nationwide, wildly successful nationwide. That's the culture wars. Some people just do not want to be caught up in the culture wars in the school system. They want to have the option to vote with their feet, take their kids elsewhere. That's fine. Let them opt out. Instead, what we're doing is we're locking him into a single track system. So now what you're seeing is the school board elections are being riven by people running for school board for some particular ideology or against some particular ideology, wanting to get books in the school, out of the school. Why don't we let the folks who do not like the current temperament, ideological bent of the school system, opt out. Let's let them have choice. This bill is so long overdue in Wyoming, just so long overdue. I'm really proud to be able to vote for it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. For many of the reasons just outlined, I'm going to have a little trouble voting for this. Just not put together very well, that's all. I don't want anyone to think that I'm not in favor of choice. We provide that now. We don't pigeonhole our students into anything. It's just that we pay for this system. You can choose anything you want as a parent. I brought this bill because I thought it was a great opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to do exactly what I think we all are trying to do. What we turned the bill into is something that unfortunately I can't support. I'm thrilled that the appropriation chairman is willing to increase the appropriation by $15 million. I mean, that's a commitment. And I'm willing to make a commitment to this and offer choice to our people. But we've got to make sure that it's structured properly, Mr. Chairman, and I just don't think we've got it. Speaking of not ready for prime time, I'm thinking this one's not ready for prime time. Thank you.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I think that it's maybe been a little bit misconstrued. It makes it sound like this is going to private schools or religious schools, but the way I understand it, it's going to the families. And I just wanted to make sure that was clear out here, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but as a lot of the discussion is here, competition is good. We need more competition for government schools. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Senator Steins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to take us home on this highly debated bill. I did just want to clear up that one last thing. On page 11, section C, 19 through 22, funds in an ESA shall not be refunded, rebated, or shared with a parent of an ESA student in any manner. Any refund, rebate, or goods or services purchased with an ESA fund shall be credited directly to the student's ESA. So there is an account, and it is directed to the educational services. It does not go to any individual. It's held by the state until those funds are directed. and there's a third-party provider that verifies that those are all legitimate expenses of the state monies and of the taxpayer dollars who are the parents. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Scott's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report, do so with the favorable recommendation of House Bill 166, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. No. That passes. House Bill 166 is passed committee of the whole. Mr. President.
Privilege the floor.
Go ahead.
I'm going to approach the mic up here.
Yeah.
Little break for you, fellow senators. We're pretty lucky. I've got a resolution we've got in support of Taiwan, folks. We've all been great supporters of the country of Taiwan. We're a sister country. Joint resolution in support of Taiwan, be it resolved by the 67th Legislature, State of Wyoming, whereas Taiwan and the United States are bonded by their shared commitment to democracy, human rights, the rule of law, and a free market economy. And whereas the United States Congress passed the landmark Taiwan Relationship Act in 1979 to sustain a close bilateral relationship and to advance mutual security and commercial interests between the United States and Taiwan. And whereas the United States and Taiwan have enjoyed a long-standing trading partnership with Taiwan, ranking the United States 9th largest goods trading partner. And whereas Taiwan currently ranks the United States 6th largest agricultural goods export destination. Whereas on March 5, 1984, the state of Wyoming adopted Taiwan as Wyoming's sister state. And whereas Taiwan is a major international economic partner of the state of Wyoming, and both are committed to strengthening the bilateral economic bonds. Whereas Taiwan, as a willing and contributing member of the world community, has worked with the United States to address regional and global challenges under the mechanism of the United States-Taiwan Global Cooperation and Trading Framework, GCTF, and the two countries have jointly conducted capacity building programs for regional experts in the areas of public health, the empowerment of women, energy efficiency, and the bridging digital gaps. And whereas, based on principles of the United States and Taiwan Education Initiative, Taiwan's Ministry of Education and Wyoming Department of Education signed a memorandum of understanding on educational cooperation in 2022 to further promote teacher and student exchanges and cultural awareness. Now therefore be resolved by the members of the Wyoming Legislature of the State of Wyoming, Section 1, that Wyoming reaffirms its commitment to the strong and deepening relationship between Taiwan and the State of Wyoming. Section 2, that Wyoming supports Taiwan's participation in international organizations that impact global health, safety, and well-being of the 23 million people in Taiwan. Section 3, that Wyoming reiterates its support for a close economic and trade partnership between the United States and Taiwan, including the United States-Taiwan Bilateral Trade Agreement, signed in June 2023, signed on this 30th day of March 2024. We have the couple of them, if you'd like to come on up, both of you. We're going to have you say a few words if we've got time, Mr. Chairman. We have the two from the Taipei Economic and Cultural Trade Office in Seattle, Tony Nen-Shu Hu, and Daniel Chen, who is the Director General in Seattle. And they've been here many times. Great host to the state of Wyoming. Please join me in welcoming it. You can say a few words if you'd like.
It is really an honor for me to be here once again to join you and witness this resolution. I just been there for a while and just feel like the beauty of a democracy. And I'm so proud because Taiwan is also part of the democracy campaign. So for that part, on behalf of the government of Taiwan and the people of Taiwan, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Wyoming great state, especially its esteemed Chamber of Senate. Let me remind you that my short remarks may be kind of a break for your busy schedule. Whereas I'd like to share a little bit about what's going on between Wyoming and Taiwan. So please bear with me for a while. So to begin with, I'd like to remind you that 2024 is a pivotal year for global democracy, from Taiwan presidential election in January, about 2 months ago, to the upcoming US presidential election in November. So this year, we will witness about almost 40 countries having 70 elections around the world. And I'm pleased to share with you, despite all kinds, various forms of the interference from China to Taiwan, that Taiwan once again chosen the path of democracy and contributing to the global victory of democracy values. And shortly after Taiwan's presidential election, China induced Nauru, one small island country in the Pacific, to sever diplomatic ties with Taiwan. And last month, China unilaterally modified the M503 flight route, impacting air traffic and also endangering regional aviation safety. So this action highlights the continuous pressure, military, economic, and also political, that China exerts upon Taiwan. So your resolution sends a clear message of a support, and it truly helps Taiwan, and help Taiwan remain on the path of democracy. 2024 also holds a very significance for both Taiwan and Wyoming. This year marks the 40th anniversary of our sister state relationship, and also mark the 45th anniversary of the enactment of Taiwan Relation Act. Over the past 4 decades, we have achieved remarkable progress, from enjoying Wyoming grade beef on Taiwanese dining table, and also to the establishment of Wyoming Asia Pacific Trade Office in Taipei. So looking beyond this established partnership, there are more opportunity to further cooperation in areas like a cultural exchange, through artist residence, students program, and language learning opportunities. We are also happy to have more technology cooperation on renewable energy. And also we are happy to have more fostering opportunity of tourism, and to introduce the Yellowstone and Great Teton National Parks to Taiwanese people. So therefore, to welcome you all, and my office will try our best to organize a legislative leadership delegation to Taiwan, and I hope you can, greater state of Wyoming can be part of it. Thank you again for your resolute support and commitment to upholding democratic values. By continuing strengthening our multi-faceted relationship, we can build a bright future for both Wyoming and Taiwan. Thank you so much.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move the Senate stand at ease to the sound of the gavel. We're going to give staff about a 10-minute break here, and then we'll come back and do a couple more bills.
Senate's at ease, so sound the gavel. Senator Pappas, you have something?
May I have a privilege of the floor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Before we go into recess?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I'd like to introduce you today up in the gallery behind the chairman. We have some wonderful and talented and very dedicated teachers from here in our capital city. I had names for some of them, but I know more of them have joined, so I'm not going to, at the risk of leaving somebody out, I'm not going to name anybody, but please help me welcome the members of the Cheyenne Teachers Education Association. Hey! And they were dedicated. They were in committee last night, way late. So thank you for being here.
Hey, welcome to the Senate. Without any further privileges, we'll go ahead and be at ease of the sound. Again, we'll come back at 5 after 5. Oh, well, I said 5:05. Sorry. By the time we ever get everybody back here, we'll be ready. Yes. Okay. Okay, folks, let's go and find our seats. We'll get going again. Something like that. I don't know if they keep on multiplying. The committee of the whole will come back to order. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 134. The reading clerk will read in the House bill.
House Bill 134 engrossed Property Tax Deferral Program Amendment sponsored by Representative Lawley, an act relating to property taxes, was referred to Committee Number 1, which turned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Amended, ayes, Senators Case, Cooper, Landon, and Schuler. No, Senator Furphy. Senator Landon, Chairman. Was referred to Committee Number 2, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Guru, and Nethercott. No, Senator Salazar. Excused, Senator Kinski. Senator Kinski, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Landon?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with a do pass recommendation on House Bill 134. There is a standing committee amendment. I'd ask that that be read in at this time.
House Bill 134, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to engrossed copy, page 5, line 12, after.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the standing committee amendment, and for an explanation of the amendment and House Bill 134, I'd ask that you call on Senator Cooper.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the Senate, this looks like a complicated bill, but it's really not. It's pretty simple. This is the property tax deferral program. This is an older program. It's been in place for several years. It's kind of gone defunct, and this bill moves it from the counties over to the Department of Revenue, where it can be administered a little better. It was a little bit tough for the counties to stand up. I think 1 or 2 counties used it. One continues to use it today. But this gives us another tool in the toolbox if we so choose. And again, what it does is it moves this program over to the Department of Revenue. And basically what it amounts to, folks, is as people that are qualified for this program run into tax issues, rather than losing their property, they can apply for this deferral program, and the state actually ends up as the holder of the tax lien. It protects the property from tax sales. If there is a mortgage on it, it protects that, and the state has minimal risk on it. There are some qualifications. It's got to be a principal residence, under 40 acres. The department will be able to make rules. any deferral of the taxes. The lien is in favor of the state, the first lien, which is important. The department does have the discretion to take a second position if it's necessary, depending on negotiations with the lender, if there is a lender. But preferred position is the first position. There's, on page 5 is where the amendment goes into place. Page 5, line 12. And what that does is it puts a cap on the interest on this lien at 4%. And what that amounts to is 1.5% over Treasury bond rate over the past 10-year Treasury bond rate with a 4% cap. The purpose of it is out to 2028, I believe it is, as an inflation adjuster. So that's the whole bill. There's not really a lot to it. It sounds like a lot, but there's not much to it. We talked quite a bit with the Department of Revenue, the director. She's ready to go on this. She said this is an easy fix for her. She can stand this up pretty quick. There is an appropriation on it. And I believe that is about $200,000 for the department to stand it up. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave this to you for your consideration.
Okay, Senator Hicks. Or Senator Landon.
Just a point of order, Mr. Chairman. I moved the standing committee amendment, but the appropriations committee amendment has not been moved, I don't believe.
I don't have an appropriations committee amendment.
Okay, no amendment. Thank you. Okay. Appreciate it.
Okay, so Senator Cooper, you want to dispose of the standing committee amendment? You just want to have general discussion? Okay, so we're heard question on the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of Senator Cooper's, Senator Landon's motion to adopt standing committee amendment number 1, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. That motion carries. We're back on the bill. Any discussion? Senator Cole.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a question about what does standing it up to 200,000 mean? I mean, what exactly is it, software? And then was there any consideration given to people who are going to be in this program that they would fund potentially part of that cost of standing it up? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
So, Mr. Chairman, on page 4, line 10, and it talks about, this says, provided that the department may, at their discretion, defer priority and take a second lien position. So I wonder what scenarios would the department decide to subserviate the interests of the state and collect in the back taxes on the title? So I'm just trying to figure out why it's at their discretion and why we would defer and take a second lien position on a piece of property that we're deferring the taxes on. If I could get some explanation of how that works, it would be very helpful.
Okay, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that point, for the second lien, it's my understanding that that was added over in the other chamber because there would be circumstances where there is a small mortgage remaining that would provide significant collateral under any circumstance, but might preclude somebody from participating in the program. And the idea was to allow for the opportunity where you've got a small remaining mortgage of a small percentage of the overall value of the asset, where a second lien would be effectively zero risk. As far as taking a second position on the lien, the challenge would be once there is a primary lien of the mortgage on it, it's a little bit awkward for the state to step in and take a primary lien in a second, in the second place in terms of the timing. So I believe it's my understanding that that's why it was structured that way. Over in the other chamber, I believe in a standing committee amendment, And if there's anybody else that has more background on that, I'd welcome additional support on that answer. But that's my understanding, and providing the flexibility to give some thought to, what portion of equity needs to be in place before the state would be willing to take the risk on a second lien position. And obviously, if there's a 10% remainder and you have 90% equity, the state's risk on a second lien of a small 5% at most is going to be a trivial risk level. So I believe that's the justification and the discussion that was on it when that was added.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it might be useful to think about the size of the tax obligations, roughly with a 9.5% assessment ratio. And if nobody has 100 mills in Wyoming, but if local governments had 100 mills and the assessment ratio were 10%, what that means is that your property tax obligation annually would be 1/1000th of the value of your property as determined by the assessor system. So it's relatively minor obligation in terms of the size and value of the property. Keep that in mind. So if you we'd always like to have a first position. Makes a lot of sense. That's where you get paid first. But given that it's a relatively modest obligation, and also given the fact that if a property already has a mortgage, possibly a second mortgage or a HELOC, it may be that the homeowner can't get the first mortgage holder to release. It's possible. There may be, your local banker might release and say, oh, I have no problem at all putting the state above the bank with respect to the first mortgage, but some won't. So having the tool of the second mortgage or the second position is useful. And if you think about it, whether it's first or second, the lender of the mortgage wants to see the taxes paid. They don't want to see this person get in trouble. That's where it gets costly, and you've got to get in line and have lawyers go to the courthouse. We don't want any of that. So I think it'll be kind of an ongoing evolutionary system whereby I'm not sure if the state's going to end up with more first positions or second positions, but either way, they're really good positions. And if a property's really upside down, really upside down, the mortgage is in trouble, we probably shouldn't do this in that situation if we can't get the first position. And this will let us figure that out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hicks.
So, Mr. Chairman, that makes perfect sense with the explanation. It just seems to me like what we probably ought to tighten that language up a little is it just says that the department may, at their discretion, and I would prefer that they establish that through rules so we have an opportunity to look at those and we know what they are. And then there's a consistent application. If we change administrations, change personnel, it's just, rather than just at the discretion, seems like probably through a rulemaking process would be much cleaner and consistent. So we'll talk about that maybe on a second reading amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Is there any information on how much this program has been used in the past? Is there any numbers there that we can kind of look at to see how many people actually have used this program in the past? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case. Mr. Chairman, I'm delighted to jump in the breach. It's almost not used at all. The problem is that as it exists now, it's a county level program. 2 counties set it up. But people don't like going to their county treasurer and assessor and saying, I can't pay my taxes and I want to qualify for this program. They really don't. That's why last year I was trying to get a program where banks are third-party payers and people don't have to apply to government for this. But this system, they would make the application to the Department of Revenue and it would be uniformly applied across the state, and we think they'd have a little bit more reason to make the program work. It makes sense for people that are having trouble pay their taxes. It makes sense because of that leverage ratio I talked about before of the $1 to $1,000 of value. State's going to be okay on this. We don't want people to be forced out of their homes, and even if they don't pay their taxes for several years. And, you know, thankfully, with the 1/10 of 1% encumbrance, they're going to be safe. I appreciate that. So the reason it hasn't been applied statewide is counties don't want to touch it. People don't really like to go to their counties to do it. And so with this system, we'll be able to take it to the Department of Revenue. And they're actually eager to do this. And I think it's going to be a great tool. Let's try it and see.
Any further discussion? Senator Biden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Taxes are too damn high. People can't afford them. But this is the big government approach. Let's just cut taxes. There's an easier way to do this. If they're too high, give people a break. On and against.
Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for, this is not an or. We can lower taxes, and we have bills to lower taxes, and those seem to be potentially passing. I don't know which ones will pass in the end. We're going to have a little bit of work trying to figure out how they all work together and which one does what, and how do they commingle into a tax structure. So we've got some challenges there. In this circumstance, there's no conflict with any other bill. At the end of whatever we pass this session, assuming we do lower our property taxes, we'll still have property taxes. Those will still be out there. And there will be individuals that will struggle to pay all of those taxes, and most of those will potentially be elderly or low income, fixed income individuals. And this is a tool that is not mutually exclusive with any of those other policies. I can't fathom why we wouldn't pass this along with tax relief to provide more tools where we provide options and opportunities for people that will still struggle, even with the tax relief that we provide. This is a sound tool. It makes good financial sense, and it is much, much, much less expensive to provide a program like this on behalf of the state of Wyoming, where we're still intent upon collecting those taxes rather than providing straight relief, than to implement any of the other programs. So, Mr. Chairman, to me, this is the best bill because it provides significant relief to individuals without even having a cost. But again, I don't think we have to look at this as competitive with other relief endeavors that we're bringing forward. This is an additional instrument that many of our most needy individuals will be able to utilize, and it's a real asset for the state to have this type of program in place.
Any further discussion? Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quickly here, let's look at who does qualify for this. They have to adequately demonstrate a limited income. They need to be at least 62 years of age. They might be a person with a disability that's determined by Social Security. They have to have been in their house at least 10 years, or the applicant can be a disabled veteran. So it's not for everybody. It's a pretty limited group who we can apply this to, and it's the most needy of the people that are out there. Thank you.
Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, as a banker, I have concerns with this bill. First of all, we're putting the Department of Revenue in a position just like a banker. If these people can't pay their taxes, and maybe they can't pay their taxes for a couple of years, the Department of Revenue really doesn't have the expertise to analyze their financial statements and make a decision, is this going to go on and on and on or not? And so we look like we're protecting ourselves with a second mortgage. But the problem is, if there's a large amount of a first mortgage, well, maybe the bank will pay off the second mortgage, but maybe not. Then what that means is the state has to go in and foreclose on this property, sell at the county to get their money back out. I just think that's not a function for a state to make a determination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to address that last point about the large first mortgage. If that first mortgage aspect of this is a problem, then honestly, it could be amended back out. I don't think that would be in any way objectionable. That was added over in the other chamber, recognizing a circumstance where there would be a small first mortgage, not a large first mortgage, and that could be done without risk. But that's not the essence of the bill. The intent of the bill is a circumstance where there's effectively no outstanding debt on the asset, or close to no is what they amended in. But for a circumstance where it's a 100% equity asset and you have 0.1% of potential deferrable property tax, then you can imagine over a decade, if you deferred 100% of it, heck, let's say 2 decades. Let's go with 2 decades of deferral. You're up to 2% of the value of the asset. That assumes that it didn't increase in value, which it will have. So you have a lien, you have a liability against the residents of 2% of its value over 2 decades. And there's concern about receiving back, sufficient property tax once there's a transfer or once any of the conditions are triggered. This is a zero risk, effectively. This is the safest, sure thing you can come up with if there's no primary mortgage in place. And it's certainly reasonable if there's concern to eliminate that secondary mortgage, or excuse me, the primary mortgage in the first place, so that we've got a primary lien. That is a nuance of the bill and is certainly not the core of the bill. So on and for the bill, I guess I would have to understand better where members are seeing risk from this bill when over a couple of decades, we're only going to accrue a couple % of the value of the asset through lien.
Any further discussion, Senator Land?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of things that came up in committee that may help on the bill. First off, regarding that appropriation for the Department of Revenue to stand this program up, the director had indicated to us that their role, of course, used to be to work with the counties, and now as they take this program over, they're going to have to set up to operate the program. They are not asking for any positions ongoing, which gave comfort to the committee. The other thing that made me kind of come around to this bill is the fact that it, listen to who this targets. The applicant is a person over the age of 62. The applicant is a person with a disability. The applicant purchased the property 10 years ago, and then we go on over to disabled veteran. Boy, this target, I don't know what circumstances would come up, Mr. Chairman, where you might have to defer this tax. But man, for that population, I'm all for deferring a little bit of tax and standing something up that specifically targets a population that we've kind of struggled to target with the tax cuts that we've talked about. We've got some good property tax legislation in the mix, and I think I'm proud of that. That took this whole chamber to do that, by the way, and I salute all of the senators on that front. This one is just over here on the side to catch a population that some of those tax cuts don't address very adequately in my mind. I think it's good. I think it's just one more little tool in the toolbox to, if somebody can take advantage of this, man, I'm all for it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we worked this bill during the interim, and we talked to the Department of Revenue and the counties, at that point in time, one county had two people using it, and another county had one. So it was like three statewide. And we're going to bring this up to the state. I think if we do that, we definitely need to monitor it, because we're spending $404,000 for three people. And the median tax bill is $809. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case. Mr. Chairman, I think that's the whole point of the bill, is that we're hoping that this will get broad application if we take it and have it be uniformly applied statewide, and that the application go to the state instead of going to your local government officials who you don't want to have, you're not comfortable going to the courthouse and asking for relief, but you might be more comfortable talking to the Department of Revenue. Mr. Chairman, I think we should be very accurate about one thing. The list of conditions of how you can apply for this, the new language in the bill says the taxpayer demonstrates any one of the following conditions. You don't have to demonstrate all the conditions. That may be something we want to deal with on a further amendment, but I want to be clear that we know. So the taxpayer demonstrates any one of the following conditions, one of which is the adequately demonstrates limited income as defined in another subparagraph. 2, the applicant is a person over the age of 62. 3, the applicant is a person with a disability. 4, the applicant purchased the property at least 10 years ago. And now 5, new language, the applicant is a disabled veteran. It can be any one. Okay, it doesn't have to be any combination. So let's remember that. Maybe you want to amend that, and we can go down that road, but I want to be clear what people are voting for. The program will be self-supporting. It will charge interest, and the interest will go back to support the program. Yes, there's some upfront costs. If it doesn't work, people don't want it, they don't. You know, if next year we come back and no one's taking it, or year after that, we don't have to continue the program. But there will be income in the interest account. How's it going, Senator Cooper? You doing all right? Keep your stretches. There'll be income in the account to allow the program to generate funds to be used for more people. I really think this is a very important bill. And it really gets at what we need to be thinking about, and I hope you will support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's talk for a minute about that $200,000. Page 9, line 11 is where the appropriation is discussed. It's from the general fund to the Department of Revenue for the period beginning January 1st of 25 and ending June 30th of 26, to be expended only for property tax deferral payments as provided in the in the bill. This appropriation shall not be transferred or expended. Any unobliged funds shall revert as of June 30th, 2026. So what that says is, as an applicant applies, that $200,000, a little bit of it, goes out to that county to keep the county whole. We take a first position lien on that little bit of money, and any appropriations that aren't used go back into the general fund. And the state, when according to the department, she feels that by the 2026, should have enough applicants to keep the fund whole and self-generated. So that $200,000 is just for the initial startup. It goes back to the state. So there's, again, zero risk to the state on that 200,000.
Any further discussion, Senator Cole?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had asked the question to find out what the $200,000 was used for, particularly, is it for personnel? Is it for software? What is it for? If we got 3 folks, within this, it's $660,000 or $66,000 per person. So I'd just like to find out, is there any other cost involved besides what was just explained? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The director told us last night, or yesterday when we talked to her, she said she has the software available. Basically, it's just a spreadsheet. She's not worried about that. She doesn't anticipate any extra personnel being needed. This $200,000 is exactly for what it says in the bill, to be expended only for property tax deferral payments. So that's money to give back to the county, keep the county whole until the lien is paid. That's the only thing it can be used for. That's where 100% of the money has to go. Any unexpended funds come back to the state. It's right in the bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion, Senator Rothfuss?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, just briefly, I wanted to correct a calculation I did a couple of minutes ago where I estimated it around 0.1%. I think it's probably 0.75% is what the average would be on in the ballpark of that on the property tax. So if that is all deferred for 20 years, it's more like a 15% total lien after 20 years. But at the same time, you've probably gained around 60% in value of it. So just wanted to correct that because my math seemed off.
Any further discussion? Senator Byman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I having deja vu of revenue this summer where we spent an inordinate amount of time on this bill that nobody wants. The counties, like we heard testimony, 3 people have used this. Nobody came to committee begging for this. All summer long, our committees were full of people demanding property tax relief. They were mad because their bills were so high, and to do something about it, change the structure of the tax system, give us some of our money back. Not, oh, may the government please allow me to defer my taxes, charge me interest, and put a lien on my tax bill. How generous, said nobody. And here we are wasting more time on a bill that's going nowhere fast that nobody wants. I urge you to just defeat this bill and let's move on. Any further discussion, Senator Case?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would disagree with the thinking that this bill won't accomplish anything good. We probably don't know what's going to happen. We probably don't know how popular it's going to be. But do you know that for the property tax refund program, the legislature thought that wasn't a good program. We didn't fund it in the budget for about 10 years. And then this Senate, on a budget amendment with an identical amendment in the House, put up a little bit of money to put forward on the property tax refund program. It has turned out to be very popular. The executive branch agency had to come back last year and get an additional appropriation in the budget. And this year we expanded the program again. So a few years ago, property taxes weren't such a big deal. They're a big deal now. This is very targeted, very focused relief that could help people stay in their homes. I may be wrong, maybe nobody's going to use it. I think it's going to be more popular than administered at the local level. The amount of money that's required to set this up, no new personnel, no new programming, no new anything. We just have some upfront costs to front load the program before the payments start coming in. $200,000. That's a pittance in the world of this Senate. And there's no new personnel. What are we talking about? It's worth setting this program up and seeing how it does. If I were a homeowner, wanted to qualify, I'd rather not have to go down to the courthouse to sign up for it. I would rather fill out an online application for the state of Wyoming. I feel like my neighbors won't be looking over my shoulder, and that people won't be judging me. I hope you'll support this bill, Mr. Chairman. I'm counting on you.
Any further discussion? Senator Cooper, let's bring it home.
One other point on this. If in the summer of 2026 this doesn't work, if the program, there are no takers, it defunds itself. It just goes away. So again, what's the risk? It's $200,000. It never leaves the state unless there are users of it. And if it doesn't work, it comes right back to the state. It defunds itself and the program goes away. Good chance to help somebody stay in their home. That's part of what we're here for, is to give some of these most unfortunate people a chance to stay in their home and not lose their home to taxes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Biden's motion? Somebody's. Landon's motion to, that when the committee whole rise report, to do so with the favorable recommendation of House Bill 134, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. No. Believe that fails. All those in favor, please stand.
Not very many.
Okay, that's 7 noes, please stand. Okay, more than 7. All right. So pursuant to Senate Rule 6-5, having failed the standing division vote, a roll call vote is required. The chief clerk will call the roll.
House Bill 134, Committee of the Whole roll call. Anderson? Excused. Baldwin? No. Barlow? Excused. Brightman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Brennan? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Excused. Ellis? No. French? No. Purphy? No. Guru? Excused. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Excused. Kinski? No. Cole? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Excused. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. President Driscoll? Excused. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 134, 6 aye, 18 no, 7 excused.
House Bill 134, having failed a roll call vote pursuant to Senate Rule 6-SA, is deemed indefinitely postponed. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 125. Brandon.
House Bill 125, engrossed. Repeal gun-free zones and preemption amendments, sponsored by Representative Harrelson, an act relating to concealed weapons.
Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, I move House Bill 125, I move that that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the due pass recommendation of House Bill 125, repeal gun-free zones and preemption amendments. And for a walkthrough of this piece of legislation, I will turn to the prime sponsor, Senator Boner and Senator Ide.
Senator Boner. Senator Landon, do you have?
Madam Chairman, I was just going to second the motion by the senator in the back of the room, having sat through the committee and been the chairman of the committee. It's a good thing he stood, though, because I was going to call on him for an explanation of the bill. So we can certainly go to Senator Bonner. Thank you.
Senator Kensky.
Senator Landon, I didn't mean to step on your toes. I checked with LSO, and they said since I pulled it back to the committee of the whole, that I should be the one that introduced it. So my apologies, sir.
Senator Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have here is House Bill 125. This is a repeal gun-free zones and preemption amendments. The bill does exactly what the title says. It would repeal the gun-free zones we have throughout the state. The idea being that these are often targets or soft areas where somebody wants to do something terrible will be focused on going where there aren't any firearms. So this allows for concealed carry, depending on the situation. We'll go through the bill and make sure we understand all the concepts here in this engrossed version. So starting on page 2, we start off with a bifurcation of constitutional carry and concealed carry and Wyoming permit, concealed carry permits only. So the constitutional carry and concealed carry, as well as reciprocal agreements with other states, that's in paragraph B, and that includes any meeting of a government entity, any meeting of the legislature or committee thereof. Then we go on to C, that's concealed carry only, so you have to have a Wyoming permit. That's in any public school, college, or university. Importantly, that does not sell alcohol. So that's a bad combination, right? So we're making it so that if you sell alcohol at a location, then you cannot allow concealed carry in that location. And basically going through elementary, secondary schools, public college, or university. We have some sideboards there on paragraph D. So nothing in this section will be construed to allowing the concealed carry, otherwise prohibited, and other parts of the statute. Importantly, it allows a private property owner to make a decision as to whether they allow concealed carry onto their property or not. And also, it prohibits open carrying into a meeting of a government entity. We don't want any sort of intimidation from brandishing firearms at government meetings, so that's a sideboard as well. Important amendment that was put on in the other chamber, bottom page 3, we're not going to allow it in a state agency with health and human service settings. That makes sense. Also, going on to page 4, we allow the carrying of a concealed weapon, we disallow concealed carry with any sort of facility where explosive or volatile materials are present. You see the penalty for violating these provisions at page 4, line 16, imprisonment not more than 1 year, $2,000 fine. And then also very importantly, paragraph F, we incorporate the current provisions of the statute that allows our school boards to decide whether they're going to allow their staff to conceal carry in the schools. And that's all the way through page 5 on to page 6. So going on to amendments, important top one on top of page 7. This does not apply if you are an 18-year-old student in a elementary or secondary school. You aren't allowed to conceal carry. There are some limited exceptions for an 18-year-old to get a concealed carry permit. If you are a student, you are not allowed to do that at your school or any school. Then we have more conforming amendments. You'll see on page 7. Then the repealers are also conforming amendments. Also point out that 21.3-132, that's current provisions that allow school boards to have their staff carry concealed if they feel it's necessary. That is in place in other parts of the bill, so it's repealed there. So effective immediately, effective date. Madam Chairwoman, this is an important piece of legislation to guarantee the security of our citizens, the safety of our citizens. I believe it will be an important deterrent against any sort of activity that we see, thankfully, mostly on the news. I think we have the idea that Wyoming is a small town with very long streets. I think that's still true today. I think that's why we don't see the sorts of terrible things we see on the news in this state. But it never hurts to be prepared in case that social contract breaks down. And that's why we have the bill. So I certainly stand for any questions.
Questions? Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to speak on and for the bill. It does a couple things for my constituents. First of all, it protects our Second Amendment rights and my Second Amendment rights, and I think that's critical to this discussion. In fact, it should be foremost. Secondly, it helps protect our students. I've got a lot of remote school districts. I've got 10 school districts, 5 of them are very remote, small schools. Some of them 30 to 40 minutes away from law enforcement. In one of those districts today, we utilize 21-3-132 to arm our teachers. When you walk into the school, there's the normal little sign that says it's a drug-free zone. It says it's a tobacco-free zone, but there's no sign that says it's a gun-free zone. There's a sign that says, notice, some members of our staff are armed to protect our students. I think that's one hell of a deterrent. The ability for our school boards to make this decision is critical, and this bill does that. It helps them stand up their program. I think if this 21-3-132 would have been used by more school districts across the state. It's currently used by 4. If it had been used by more districts across the state, we probably wouldn't be having this discussion today. So on and for the bill, I think it does the primary thing of protecting our Second Amendment rights. It does a good job of protecting students in my districts, and I understand not all districts are the same, but it does what I need for my constituents in my districts. Thank you.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Obviously, I was one of the no votes. I've got the scarlet letter written all over me here. Actually, I go into every committee meeting neutral on everything that I do, because I want to hear both sides of every issue, and I want to make an informed decision. I also read all my emails, don't reply to all of them. A lot of phone calls, a lot of texts, a lot of emails, and then we had a room full of people last night. On top of that, we were there for 3 hours listening to in-person testimony. All of that matters. But before I get to that point, one of the things that I thought about after we started listening to testimony was that my school district is one of the 4 schools that already have teachers armed. I like the fact that that legislation was promoted by our legislature, and it gives schools the option. Our schools took that option, and they had public comment, they opened it up, they had, I have no idea how many of them are armed, and I don't think anybody knows other than the school district and the superintendent. The idea behind them being armed is that they get 16 hours of gun training, 8 hours in the classroom. So, right now with concealed carry in Wyoming, I took hunter safety 100 years ago. So I could get a concealed permit. I don't have one, I don't want one, but I could get one. I haven't shot a gun in years. I shot a deer many years ago, but long time ago. But right now, if you have concealed carry, you don't have to have that extra training other than hunter safety. These teachers that are armed and the schools that have chosen to do it have gone through quite a bit of training. That makes me feel pretty good about at least my own district. And I think local control matters. And so that was another thing that really, after hearing some of our testimony from our counties and our city folks, from municipalities and so on, they really like local control. They like to be able to make decisions based on what's going on in their communities and their schools. And I believe that that's important. The other thing that weighed on my mind as I sat and listened to testimony is that we spent thousands of dollars from the feds and the state to make our schools safer. You can't just walk into a school district like you used to be able to. You just can't do it. You have to go through quite a process to be able to get into a school. Was all that money wasted? And I asked the proponents of the bill early on, do we really need this? Based on the fact that our schools are much, much safer than they were. I mean, the last time that a gun-free zone bill came up, I voted for it. I've really voted for every gun bill that's come down the pike. So for somebody to say I'm anti-gun or anti-Second Amendment, they're up in the night. Find a bill I voted against. This is the first one. And I voted against it for these same reasons that I'm mentioning tonight, as well as the amount of emails, texts, phone calls, and the testimony last night. We had probably 3 organizations that were our gun lobbyists that were there. We had a couple of public folks that testified for it, a couple of our legislators that, obviously were for it. Generally, I probably would have voted for it had I not heard from hundreds of people, as well as a room full of people last night that said, please don't pass this. We think our schools are not going to be any safer. And I guess I'm asking that really right now is, will they be safer? There's 11 states right now that have passed this type of gun legislation. There's 39 states that have not. Will we become the 12th? I don't know. But the bottom line is I struggled making the decision last night, I really did, because I see both sides of the issue. I'm just not sure that gun-free zones are going to make our kids any safer, any more than the security that we're providing after spending thousands of dollars to try and make our schools safer. So I really don't know if this is going to help or hinder. But the bottom line is I had to vote for local control, and also based on all the emails, the texts, the calls, and the people that testified last night, which many of them I think are up in the front here, had some very good testimony and talked about how this was going to, make them feel, and their kids and their staff. We actually lost a couple of staff members that left our district once we passed the legislation to allow our teachers to be armed because they felt unsafe. I get that too. I understand that. They left and went to other districts where that wasn't an option, and that's okay. The bottom line was this bill I didn't think was ready for prime time. There were 14 amendments in the House. Anytime you have to put that many amendments on, plus we had to put one on in the Senate, which I think the Senate, excuse me, the building down the hall, yes, sorry. But we actually put an amendment on last night that I think makes the bill better. The good senator from Fremont County had an amendment that I think is better, which we'll probably talk about here in a bit. But the bottom line is people have to do what they've got to do. And, my constituents matter. The constituents that showed up last night matter. I don't vote based on, is the next election coming up, or am I going to be able to pat myself on the back and say, gosh, I voted for another gun bill. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to vote because something's the right thing to do. At that time last night, the right thing for me to do was to vote no. Everybody's got to do what they got to do, vote it up or vote it down. Your choice.
Go Senator Culp, and then Hutchings, and then Landon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Let's bring it back down to ground zero a bit. We have the right to bear arms, and that right should not be infringed upon. There's the issue. Now, how do we go from that point to what we're talking about? I think this bill was worked extensively in the House, and it came out to be a better product. Oh, excuse me. Down the hall, sorry. I know, point of order for Senator Cole. And it came back, and it's a much better product. The point is what do we do? What's reasonable? So we disallow people to walk in there, and they will conceal carry and have concealed carry. Let that be a foregone conclusion. This merely codifies that ability. The more people that are in there that are, and I conceal carry. I have a concealed carry permit, and I take that obligation seriously. I shoot a lot, and because I have that obligation. I think that people that would go through the process to get a concealed carry permit aren't just going to willy-nilly run around the place and not exercise extreme caution and due diligence with what their choices are in life. But this is to This is to deal with people that come into the school to kill people. I mean, I'm just not going to stand by as a senator and take away the ability of our people to defend themselves. I refuse to sit there and let children huddle in a corner and be taken out one by one. I refuse. I think this helps. I think it's reasonable. And I stand in support of this. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. I wasn't a fan of the process this morning, so I voted no, and I think I've always been like that. But I love this bill. I think it's important. I hope it passes. I'm on and for it. My first year in the House, I went to a committee and stood up for what I thought was the right thing to do. And I remember calling my husband that night, and he says, "Where are you?" I'm like, "I'm in the Capitol." He says, "You will not go to your car unless you get someone to take you there." And I said, "Why?" He said, "People have been calling the house, threatening you all day long." So for the next 2 weeks, I had someone escort me to my car. I felt very unsafe, and I would have loved to have had my concealed carry to protect myself if need be. That was my first year in the House. My first year in the Senate, the same thing happened. I didn't have anybody to escort me to my car. I was given permission to carry something that I would pretty much have to have had someone be right on top of me to use. I didn't like that. The calls, the threats, and the emails went on all night and all day for quite a while after the legislative session. There are millions of people in this country right now that have crossed our borders. We don't know where they are. We don't know who they are. I want to be safe. And here, I want you guys to be safe and have the right to carry your firearms. Gun-free zones, as far as I've seen in my few years, have not made our schools safer. So on and for the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, some years ago, we passed some major legislation in 2018, which expanded our citizens' right to defend themselves beyond their domicile if they felt they were in bodily danger. And I think that this is simply an expansion of our rights to protect ourselves in that regard. You know, gun-free zones are dangerous places today. And what I think about when I think about this bill is the incredible tragedy of Sandy Hook. Because in that instance, had we had good folks who were armed, I think we could have maybe mitigated the horror of all those incredible children who lost their lives that day. I support this gun-free zone bills as one of the most important pieces of legislation since I've been in the legislature, because I truly believe it will protect our citizens, our children. We haven't had that episode in Wyoming, but that doesn't mean it can't occur. And I want this law to be on our statutes to protect those dearest among us, our children, if it's needed, if it were to occur. You know, I have a 15-year-old. I don't even want to think of losing him simply because there wasn't someone armed who was protecting him in a school environment, a sports environment. This is needed, and I truly believe that the vast majority of the people of Wyoming want this bill.
There is an amendment. Can we have that read in?
House Bill 125, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to engrossed copy, corrected copy, page 2, line 8, delete.
Senator Case.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I would move Committee of the Amendment, it's Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 125. Madam Chairwoman, we considered this amendment last night in the Judiciary Committee, and we adopted it. I think a lot of people thought it made the bill better. And so with your permission, I'd like to go through it. It's virtually the same as last night, but I did also incorporate a couple of language suggestions from the LSO that have been suggested in a couple instances. So with your approval, Madam Chairwoman, I'll go through the bill, the engrossed copy, and track in the amendment for you. Madam Chairwoman, we go to page 2 and lines 7 through 9. And ladies and gentlemen, this Part B here is talking about people who can lawfully carry a concealed weapon in Wyoming. There are basically 3 ways that you can carry a concealed weapon in Wyoming. One is you get a permit from the state. Secondly is if you get a reciprocal, you have a permit from another state that's recognized in Wyoming. That's number 2. The third way is that the very last part of our concealed carry statute allows for persons to carry a concealed weapon even without a permit if they essentially comply with everything else in the permit section. We call that constitutional carry, Madam Chairwoman. So what this amendment does is remove constitutional carry from this discussion so that you have to be a permit holder, either a permit holder from a permit issued in Wyoming or one from another state. So the actual amendment is on line 8 to strike the word through Romanet 4 and insert and Romanet 3. Romanet 3 is the permit from another state. Romanet 2 is a permit from the state of Wyoming. And by the way, Romanet 1 is your peace officer. So any person lawfully carrying concealed weapons in Wyoming under WS 68104A, Romanet 2 or 3 may carry a concealed weapon in the following places: any meeting of a government entity, any meeting of the legislature or committee thereof. The next part of the amendment, Madam Chairwoman, deletes lines 16 through 18. And this is a separate proposal that was in the original bill for schools. And what I'm doing here, the school proposal eliminated the constitutional carry. But since I already eliminated it with this amendment up above, we're making it consistent between government entities and schools. So we delete lines 16 through 18. Then we have to renumber so that Romanet I on line 20 now becomes Romanet 3 and is now under B, not under C. On the next page, Romanet 2 becomes Romanet 4, Romanet 3 becomes Romanet 5. Then the D section on line 6 stands, except for we're going to modify one of the pieces. Nothing in this subsection shall be construed to. Drop down to lines 14 through 16. And this is the old language said, prohibit a government entity from prohibiting the open carry, display, or wearing of a firearm in a meeting of that government entity. This proposed amendment expands that to include schools and other government facilities. And it allows the governing body to prohibit open carry. Open carry is a flashpoint. I'm not a big fan of open carry. There was some confusion last night between the committee and the public testifying, and we wanted to be clear that this bill does not allow open carry. And I think it's consistent with what the sponsors are trying to achieve. Open carry is kind of a problem. So lines 14 through 17 with the new language will read like this, and I'm bringing schools in, so listen closely. Romanet 3, prohibit a government entity, comma, elementary school, comma, secondary school or college campus from prohibiting the open carry, display, or wearing of a firearm into, and there's new language here that came from the LSO, they suggested this would be better. Oh, I'm sorry, this came from the University of Wyoming, into a facility or meeting of that government entity. So that's an expansion from the amendment we saw last night. I just want to be clear. And then that government entity, comma, elementary school, secondary school, or college campus. Continuing on, Madam Chairwoman, the next part of the amendment is on page 4, lines 10 and 11. This is a correction from the LSO. If you read that first sentence on the first 2 lines, it doesn't read well. It says, any person who knowingly prohibits entry to another person to lawfully carry a concealed weapon. There's a problem there. The new language would add, strike the word to and insert who is. Members of the committee, this is very slightly different than what we had last night, but it accomplishes the same purpose. So at any person who knowingly prohibits entry to another person who is lawfully carrying a concealed weapon into a place authorized pursuant to subsection is guilty of this misdemeanor. Then down to the bottom of page 4, Madam Chairwoman, this is a big change. What this does is allows schools to prohibit the carrying of firearms. So just be clear here. So the change is the old language says the Board of Trustees in each school district may adopt rules and regulations to govern employees lawfully carrying concealed weapons. It doesn't say anything about this other class of concealed carry persons under the bill. New language brings everybody under the Board of Trustees. So we'll say, line 19, the Board of Trustees in each school district may adopt rules and regulations to govern the lawful carrying of concealed weapons in Wyoming under WS 68104 on or in any property or facility owned or leased by the school district. The next sentence is deleted, Madam Chairwoman, because this applies to everyone, not just employees. You'll see so the school districts are going to be able to decide the policy. And then it says the rules under this subsection shall, as you see it goes down and on, there's another conforming amendment, lines 15 through 18. It reads poorly. It says an initial course of training comprised of not less than 16 hours of live fire handgun training and 8 hours of scenario-based training using non-lethal training. That second training should be methods, and that's what the amendment does. So it says, and 8 hours of scenario-based training using non-lethal methods, firearms, and ammunition. This is the powers of the school board and the college board. Then we continue, Madam Chairwoman. I think we're just about done there. On page 6, and committee members, you'll recognize the change from last night, but the LSO convinced me that this is a good change. Because in the amendment, we treat give the school boards power over employees and other carriers. We don't need to separate out employees. It's not used anywhere else in the bill, so we don't need to define it. So the amendment continues by deleting lines 1 through 8 on page 6, because we don't need to define that. That drops out the G, so H will be renumbered to G. And then another conforming amendment suggested by the LSO is that on line 12, the word subsection should actually be paragraph. And you got to be careful when you refer back, because you're talking about within this subsection, it means very differently than the paragraph. Paragraph's broader. And then finally, Madam Chairwoman, section 2 is about what sections are amended. And instead of having 68104T Romanet X, we also add, it's going to now read 68104T Intro and Romanet 9. Slight change. I think, Madam Chairwoman, we're almost home. Too many, we are home. That is the totality of the amendment. Of course, it's divisible. I point that out to the body. But what the essential of this is we kind of basically adopt the same procedure for government and for schools, but the amendment does allow schools, colleges, universities to decide their policies. That's local control, and I hope you'll support the amendment.
Senator Bonner, discussion on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'll ask to divide the amendment, and the intent here is to have Division 1 be those technical corrections, so we can take care of those, and the remainder will be the rest. So I ask that we divide Division 1 being lines 20 and 19 through 21, 31 through 33, and line 40, and the balance of the amendment be Division 2. So 19 through 21, 31 through 33, and 40.
Point of order.
Senator Case.
I think the good senator probably meant to say 39, not 40. There's nothing in 40 except for, maybe you have, oh, you probably have the corrected copy. I apologize, I'm out of line here. Go to the corrected copy. The senator's right.
Okay. Senator Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. On Division 1, I believe these are technical in nature, so I have no problem supporting them as you vote aye.
All right, Division 1, any question? Okay, the question is being, yes, Senator,
So this is the so-called technical corrections?
correct.
Madam Chair, I would ask that we resist any amendment to this bill, technical correction or otherwise. Time grows short. Time grows short. We need to move this along through a first, second, and third reading without any change and get it to where that next step along the way. I'm very concerned that any amendment, we end up with a conference committee effectively kills this bill. I would ask that we resist any amendment and vote no.
Never mind, vote no.
Any question on division for the comment? Senator Bouchard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I watched this amendment get voted in committee, and I watched the people vote against the bill after they made it better. We've seen this trick plenty of times. If the body wanted me to, I could go through all this. I've seen this bill many times. You know, we passed it one time in a version of this, and it went to the governor's office. There's a lot of trickery in here. I'm just going to go through it real quick because I think everybody needs to know. There's going to be people that accuse us of doing a fast process here. And it's,
Senator Bouchard, we need to stay, we're going to stay on Division 1 of the amendment, please.
I thought,
If it's possible, withdraw the division.
Without objection. Senator Rothfuss.
Point of order. So when the good senator says withdraw the division, if the intent is not to divide it, that would be in order. But when we say withdraw the division, we're usually meaning that we're taking away the first division and effectively withdrawing it, which is not in order. So I just want to clarify It sounds like the intent is to not divide it.
Yes, I ask that we no longer divide this amendment, so it's back to just being one amendment with no divisions.
That would be in order.
That is, okay, without objection, so ordered. Okay, I just want to remind the body, we are on the amendment. Senator Bouchard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I thought I heard the bringer of the division withdraw it earlier. As we go through this, we start talking about a lot of different things. No permit. And while we're talking about that, I want to say it's been 13 years that we've had constitutional carry in this state. And a lot of the things that I heard in that committee last night, that the sky would fall, they said all those same things 13 years ago, and the sky never fell. When we passed Stand Your Ground, heard the same thing. Sky didn't fall. Over 27 years, the state to the west has had a 4-hour classroom requirement with no live training, and anybody can carry with a permit in their public schools. And just so everyone understands why some states carry in public schools and some don't, like the one to the west of us does, is because S 3266 from Congress, called the Gun-Free Schools Zone Act, in 1990, brought by Senator Joe Biden. And that's how we got that. Oh, sorry. I am sorry, from the current president. Is that okay? So under that act, you have a 1,000-foot area around that school that you cannot carry. But even though we don't have any law in this state on that, if you have a permit currently, you can come within 1,000 feet. Inside that 1,000 feet, you can even park your car with your gun in your glove box if you have a permit. And it's amazing that people really don't know these laws, because they could be charged with a felony when they make a mistake like that. And with that said, the other provision in that federal or that congressional act is that if a state allows a permit process to be accepted to carry in schools, then it's okay. It's in the congressional law. That's how the state to the west of us does that. And like I said, they only allow 4-hour classroom, no live training. I was actually here when we did a lot of this school stuff. Some of this, there's a couple of pieces in it of my amendments. Any changes to that we've already put in place are really bad, because we've already tested that. It's already tried, it's tested, it's there working for other schools. You change that. I mean, I'm gonna skip down a little bit here, talking about non-lethal training. Why would we call it non-lethal method when the police call it non-lethal inert training? Should we put inert in there? I mean, I think people get it, non-lethal training. If you take that whole section on training, it is modeled after what the police said we should do for schools. So leave that alone. That doesn't need to be touched. As we go through the employees and we start saying, let's cross out employees and make it lawfully carrying, that means everyone. So what you're saying there is you have a right to bear arms as long as the local school board says you can. I don't remember that being in the Constitution. As we look at the other parts of this on this amendment, it expands additional gun-free zones. I want everyone to please look at the title of the bill. It says repeal gun-free zones. It doesn't say let's make more. I would even challenge that this amendment's unconstitutional to do that, to change the bill. Anyway, I could go on, but I want to give everybody a break so we can get out of here. Amendment. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Senator Case.
Madam Chairwoman, the title of the bill is an act related to concealed weapons, repealing gun-free zones, providing for the carrying of concealed weapons as specified. Okay? It's not a gun-free zone if the local school board lets guns in the school board. So it conforms to the title. Creating a criminal offense for prohibiting entry to a person carrying a concealed weapon as specified. Clarifying that only the state legislature may regulate firearms. Weapons and ammunition, providing for exceptions, amending a definition, requiring rulemaking. So, Madam Chairwoman, what this does is it's transitional, I think. It goes into our governments and says, your government entities have to permit concealed carry. It goes into the schools and the colleges and universities and say, you can regulate it, but it's like you regulate your employees. Doesn't mean they have to have the same exact thing, but you can permit the public to carry guns in school. So it's a step in the right direction. The thing is, Madam Chairman, this is a cultural divide. There are people terrified about this bill. They really are. I'm okay with having people that know how to handle guns be in schools and carry them. I'm okay. I think that makes the world better. I really do. But not everybody thinks like I do. And the trouble is, we don't get to just jam things down people's thoughts. This has been decades in evolving. And if we short circuit the process and short circuit letting people get comfortable and try it out, we're doing a disservice to people in Wyoming. Just because we can jam this through without the amendment doesn't mean that we should. For the amendment.
Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, I'm troubled by the notion that we should pass a bill that has technical flaws in it when we have the opportunity to correct them. I would have preferred we'd kept the division, but we didn't. So, Madam Chairman, we have, I think, plenty of time to get a bill through. I think we're at more risk by not correcting the technical flaws than we do by correcting it. I think we're much better off, Madam Chairman, it's late. I think we're much better off correcting the technical flaws, and I do see the amendment doing some other things that frankly simplify and making the schools the same as the others. Madam Chairman, I really think it may be a good idea to adopt this amendment, but I think it will strengthen the bill and improve its chances overall.
Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we should defeat the amendment, and we can always take a look at second on whether an amendment is advisable. But this amendment as written needs to be defeated.
All right. All those in favor of Senator Case's motion to adopt the standing committee, or the, Committee of the Whole, my apologies, Committee of the Whole, Amendment 1 to House Bill 134, please say aye. Aye. Those, oh, I read the wrong. Okay, let's try this again. All those in favor of Senator Case's motion to adopt the Committee of the Whole Amendment, number 1 to House Bill 125, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. The noes have it. The amendment has failed. We are back on the bill. Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate all the discussion tonight, and certainly understand the passion and the knowledge of good friends that I have in the chamber. First of all, I wanted to rise and was going to earlier. And again, I don't mean to keep us here. I know that we're in a hurry to get out of here, but I've got a few things. One, I wanted to tip my hat to the committee, your Judiciary Committee, who sat through 3 hours last night after a very long day and heard the testimony from all those folks that were referenced earlier. I'm proud of the effort. I'm proud of how that meeting went. And I'm also proud and appreciative of the senator who brought you this proposed amendment that we just killed. There wasn't anything nefarious about that, fellow senators. That was merely an effort on the part of that committee to say, shouldn't we still allow for some local control on some of this? Do we really want this to be such a top-down, blanketed approach coming out of the state capitol? That's all that was. Now I want to talk a little bit about my vote. And I want to apologize to the body for becoming public enemy number one. That really wasn't it at all. And I would invite anyone to look on those national lists, because they rank people based on ratings of certain kinds. And I've always been really proud of that rating. Just like the senator from Uintah County, there are very few efforts on the Second Amendment that I have not supported. So I'm just saying, last night was a very difficult vote, Madam Chairman, and here's why I made it. I come from a community, I represent my district just like all the rest of you do. Here's what my district says. We have the second largest institution of higher education in the state there. And that institution doesn't want this bill. We have the only Trauma 2 hospital in the state of Wyoming, other than right here, is located up there. And several other very important medical institutions in that community. They don't want this bill either. And finally, I have a school district which is the second largest school district in the state. And that school district doesn't want this bill. Coupled, Madam Chairman, with the fact that we don't give the opportunity for boards of trustees, school district boards, the opportunity to at least weigh in on this. That's why I voted the way I did. And I wanted the body to know that. Carry on with the bill. I'm good and very proud of the discussion. Appreciate the passion and the understanding of both sides of it. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just real briefly, I'd like to say hello to all my friends up in the gallery. Those folks have been with us 10 hours over the last 2 days. 9.5, almost 10 hours, as we race through this project at the speed of government. There's been some really good testimony from both sides. I look up here and I see one of our strongest gun advocate folks up there sitting side by side with our teachers. Nobody's got shot all day long. Thank you.
Sorry, Senator Case.
Point of order, I hate to do this, but we're not supposed to make reference to the gallery or props. And he's a good man. I'll guarantee you that.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, on and against the bill. Madam Chairman, I understand we've been talking about this bill for quite a few years. I understand all the arguments. I've heard them all. I've heard the testimony for, I've heard the testimony against. I've been in committees where this legislation was brought, committees where this legislation was brought by members of this chamber and previous members. But Madam Chairman, one of the themes throughout all of this has been that when we receive testimony, when we talk to the public, this is largely about education, it's about public meetings, there have been themes that have been consistent against this bill time and again, and they remain true today. Looking at my district, our universities in my district, there are members of the students that support this bill, but the vast majority of students strongly oppose this bill and believe it would create a more dangerous situation on our campus. I represent those students. There are members of our staff that support this bill, but the vast majority of our staff oppose this legislation and believe that it could create circumstances where it endangers the people on our campus and creates a more dangerous workplace. Our faculty, there are certainly members of the faculty that support it, but the vast majority oppose this legislation and believe it endangers them, endangers the staff, endangers the students at the university. When we look to public meetings, when we look to what do our cities, towns, and counties want, I can assure you, Madam Chairman, that my county wants the authority to make the decision for itself. My city wants the authority to make the decision for itself and does not want this chamber to take away that authority. Madam Chairman, my school district does not want us to force this upon them because the vast majority of the teachers, while not all of them, oppose this legislation and believe it creates a circumstance of increased risk to them and to the students and diminishes the safety. Madam Chairman, this bill takes away all of their choice. But the choice it particularly takes away that I'm very concerned about, which we talk a lot about on this floor, is oddly the parental choice. Right? We talk about parental choice. We've been passing bills that we have to defer to parental choice. As a parent of students in schools, should I not have the choice to keep my kids away from people that are untrained, unqualified, and assert the right to somehow protect my children in their school context? Do I not have a right as a parent? Do other constituents not have a right as a parent to protect their children by ensuring that nobody that is unqualified to use a weapon, untrained to use a weapon, can be in their vicinity while they're at school? This legislation would say, no, I don't have that right. And Madam Chairman, I know that everybody that supports this bill thinks they're highly qualified and thinks they're entitled to carry a weapon wherever they choose because they go out to the shooting range and they shoot a few rounds. But Madam Chairman, I don't have a lot of confidence in most individuals' capacity to carry a dangerous weapon around my kids. It's not something I want. I don't want them around me. I don't want them around my kids, because they, in fact, are a source of danger that I deem to be greater than those that we're rightfully trying to fight against in this legislation. So once again, we're picking a one-size-fits-all solution coming from the Wyoming legislature, exactly what we hate when the feds thrust it upon us, but we're saying under every circumstance, we will always favor the right of the gun owner over the right of the individual that wants to be safe from that gun owner, which should also be a right, but not one we respect. This is a challenging circumstance. The Second Amendment is challenging because obviously we have that right. But we do understand that the United States Supreme Court has set restrictions and respects the restrictions of allowing schools and universities to provide common sense restrictions in places, of city governments, of the legislature to provide common sense time, place, manner restrictions, and to regulate the use of firearms, whether concealed or open carry. But in this circumstance, apparently, it's an all or nothing, where it's always 100% for gun rights for that individual that wants to carry wherever they go, and 0% concern for any individual that does not trust that unqualified individual to be safe around them with a dangerous firearm. Remember, we have a minimal firearm requirement training for a concealed carry permit, and we have 0 training requirement for constitutional carry. So there's no requirement for responsibility for knowing what we're doing. None at all. And what this bill says is that I, as a parent, or the students at the university, or the teachers in classrooms, have no say whatsoever regarding whether or not they should have to encounter concealed carry individuals that want to bring a weapon into a classroom, into a kindergarten class. They don't get to know, they don't get to say. And the irony, of course, is that we did pass legislation which indicated that, boy, anything going on in that classroom, the parent gets to know everything about it and gets to make a choice, gets to fill out forms about the safety of the student. But here's one where there's no form available. We take away that right of the parent to protect their child and send them off into a place which is going to become more dangerous because we have no idea who's carrying a deadly weapon into that location. Obviously, if they're highly trained, that might improve the safety of that situation. But it doesn't take long to do a search to find out how many mass shooters had concealed carry permits. And it's quite a few of them. Quite a few concealed carry permit holders are also our notorious mass shooters, which should come as no surprise. These are just normal people in the population that are holding concealed carry permits, and there's obviously going to be some of them that we wouldn't want to be holding those permits, but we don't have high standards, we don't have training requirements, and nobody's checking to make sure that everything's okay with those individuals. This bill provides no safeguards against those individuals, does not increase the safety for my kids, for the students at the university, for the students at our colleges, for the teachers in our schools, for the students in our schools, for the people that would like to feel safe when they're attending a public meeting, whether legislative. I see that we're having conversations on the floor. That's very disrespectful, but of no consequence.
Point of order.
And Madam Chairman, I'll just conclude they don't care. Madam Chairman, this is a bad bill. It's been a bad bill every year. And even if you don't want to hear that, most of my constituents, and I believe most of all of our constituents, oppose this legislation but are candidly afraid to stand up and say that because the folks that strongly support this often are looking at us from the gallery.
Senator Reitman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. To the good senator from the ivory tower, I would say we've tried it your way for decades. And every spring, it seems like there's a mass shooting at guess where? Not a police station, not a gun show, not any other place where everybody's fully armed and everybody knows they're fully armed. Where do they happen? Schools. Victim disarmament zones. Absolute idiocy, if we want to use that term again today. That, Madam Chairman, is the definition of idiocy. Thinking that leaving our most vulnerable people, our children, helpless and defenseless in a gun-free zone is going to somehow keep them safe is proven time and time and time again. It does not. We've been down this road. They've had it their way. We can't put SROs in every school. I would love that. But we don't have them in every school. We've made great strides in hardening our schools, but the fact is that stupid gun-free zone sign out front is an invitation for a mass murderer to rack up a body count, and that's what they want, and that's where they go to do it. These people are nuts, and they look for soft targets to inflict the most harm. It's time we get rid of these gun-free zones once and for all. On and for the bill.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll be brief, as I always try to be. Everybody's got it out here tonight, a lot of discussion to play off of what good senator from Sheridan County said. And numbers matter. 94% of mass shootings have happened in areas of gun-free zones. So just remember that when you're thinking about all of the good and the bad of this bill. Math doesn't lie, 94%. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Landon.
Absolutely, Madam Chairman, fair enough. Once again, I get the passion, and I get, last night we had figures thrown around all night long. I don't know what percentages of what, and frankly, it's irrelevant because I think we all do care about keeping our kids safe. But in all fairness, our job here is to make good legislation. And so we're going to go forward with this, and we're going to put it into law. And Madam Chairman, what do we do now at the university and college residence halls? Having been a former dean of students and somebody who oversaw some of that at a college campus in our state, I'm just curious, what are we going to do in the residence halls? What are we going to do in the sports activities area? What about lectures which include controversial topics? The point is, that's part of the reason that this is a difficult lift as well, and was last night for the committee, because there are some holes in this, and it creates some really difficult situations for a lot of those institutions. I want you to think about state tournaments, regional tournaments, atmospheres where rivals are playing. It's an area of concern, that's all. So is this bill complete? Probably not. That's the point I want to make. It's a moving target going through during a budget session, 2 late nights in a row. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All those in favor of Senator Kinski's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of House Bill 125, say aye. Aye. Those that oppose, say no. No. House Bill 125 has passed Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
Motion carries.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, I move that we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. March 6th.
I'm sorry. All right, we need you to retract the motion, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
So, Mr. Vice President, I move that we stand adjourned until 10 a.m.
No. Yes, do the committee.
Oh, we got to do the committee of the whole report.
You want to do that? Okay.
Him.
Please withdraw the motion, Senator Hicks.
Motion withdrawn.
All right, could we please have the committee of the, could please read the committee of the whole report?
Mr. Vice President, the Committee of the Whole, having had under considerations bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. House Bill 4 engrossed, do pass amended. House Bill 166 engrossed, do pass amended. House Bill 134 engrossed, failed to pass Committee of the Whole and was indefinitely postponed. House Bill 125 engrossed, do pass. Senator Boner, Chairman.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move for adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk. No, excuse me. Oh, wow. Messages from the House.
From the House of Representatives, message 242, March 5, 2024. Mr. Vice President, the House did concur on Senate amendments to House Bill 116, sage grouse implementation and notice to landowners, ayes 62. Message number 238. Mr. Vice President, the House did concur on Senate amendments to House Bill 36, Natural Resource Protection Act, ayes 62. Message number 241. Mr. Vice President, the House did concur on Senate amendments to House Bill 83, Public Retirement Actuarially Determined Contributions, ayes 62. Message number 233, March 5, 2024. Mr. Vice President, the following bills passed the House on third reading by the votes indicated. Senate File number 8, Health Insurance for Voluntary Emergency Responders, ayes 54, noes 7, excused 1. Message number 234, Senate File number 36, Uniform Child Abduction Prevention Act, ayes 42, noes 19, excused 1. Message number 235, Senate File 74, Special Districts Reversal of Dissolution for Non-Compliance, ayes 60, noes 1, excused 1. Message number 236, Senate File number 103, Wyoming Prime Act, ayes 56, noes 6. Message number 243, March 5, 2024. Mr. Vice President, the bill, Senate File 111, failed to pass the House on third reading. Senate File 111, Mule and White-tailed Deer, Separate Hunting Seasons, ayes 28, noes 34. Message number 239, Concurrence failed, March 5, 2024. Mr. Vice President, the House failed to concur on Senate amendments to House Bill number 138, State Funds Pool A Participation and Fund Limits, ayes 23, noes 38, excused 1. Message number 240, March 5, 2024. Mr. Vice President, the House appointed House conferees to meet with a Light Committee number 1 from the Senate on amendments to House Bill 138, House conferees are Representative Nicholas, Chairman, Representative Sherwood, and Representative Swanitzer. Message number 237, March 5, 2024. Mr. President, Senate File 113, Light and High Profile Vehicle Closures 2, passed on third reading in an amended form. Ayes 44, noes 18. Message number 244. Mr. Vice President, the House did concur on Senate Amendments to House Bill number 126, Child Care as a Residential Use of Property. Ayes 51, noes 5, excused 6. Signed, Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk.
We're now at that order of business, signing of enrolled acts. Senate Enrolled Act 30. The clerk will please read the enrolled act.
Senate Enrolled Act number 30, being original Senate File 103, Wyoming Prime Act, an act relating to marketing homemade goods.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 30, being original Senate File 103. Enrolled Act number 31. I have so signed.
Senate Enrolled Act number 31, being original Senate File 74, Special Districts Reversal of Dissolution for Non-Compliance, an act relating to special districts.
I'm about to sign Sergeant at Arms, we need a quorum on the floor, please. I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 31, being original Senate File 74. I have so signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 32.
Senate Enrolled Act number 32, being original Senate File 36, Uniform Child Abduction Prevention Act, an act relating to domestic relations.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 32, being original Senate File 36. I have so signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 33.
Senate Enrolled Act number 33, being original Senate File 8, Health Insurance for Volunteer Emergency Responders, an act relating to compensation and benefits.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 33, being original Senate File number 8. I have so signed. House Enrolled Act number 36.
House Enrolled Act number 36, being original House Bill 20, an act relating to school finance.
I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act number 36, being original House Bill number 20. I have so signed. House Enrolled Act number 37.
House Enrolled Act number 37, being original House Bill 148, an act relating to public health and safety.
I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act number 37, being original House Bill number 148. I have so signed. House Enrolled Act number 38.
House Enrolled Act number 38, being original House Bill 197, an act relating to sales tax.
I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act number 38, being original House Bill number 197. I have so signed. House Enrolled Act number 39.
House Enrolled Act number 39, being original House Bill 43, an act relating to state lands.
I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act number 39, being original House Bill number 43. I have so signed. House Enrolled Act number 40.
House Enrolled Act number 40, being original House Bill 116, an act relating to the administration of government.
I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act number 40, being original House Bill number 116. I have so signed. House Enrolled Act number 41.
House Enrolled Act number 41, being original House Bill 83, an act relating to public employee retirement.
I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act number 41, being original House Bill number 83. I have so signed. House Enrolled Act number 42.
House Enrolled Act Number 42, being Original House Bill 36, an act relating to protection of constitutional rights.
I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act number 42, being original House Bill number 36. I have so signed. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk. Mike,
Tried to get you out of here earlier, you just wouldn't let me go, so. Mr. Vice President, I move that we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday, March 6th.
are there any announcements? Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Your committee number 10, Joint Labor, Health, and Social Services, will meet with our counterparts from the east end of the hall at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning to talk about interim topics.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Vice President, Committee number 4, Education, will meet tomorrow morning, tomorrow noon, on noon recess, Capital Extension Room E005. We'll be meeting with our counterparts from the House, discuss interim topics.
And then I have Senator Landon.
Just a reminder to the Judiciary Committee, we will meet tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock down in room 7 to consider interim topics. In addition to that, as of about 9:40 tomorrow morning, we will stay in that room and have a conference meeting on Senate File 34.
And your Appropriations Committee number 2 will meet Thursday morning at 8 a.m. in E301 to consider interim topics. You have heard, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Select Water will meet Thursday morning at 8 a.m. and I'm not sure what room number yet, but I just wanted to throw that out there for anyone listening. Thank you.
Any further announcements? You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. More enthusiasm. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The Senate shall stand adjourned until, Senator Hicks, what time did you say? 10 a.m. 10 a.m. tomorrow. Everybody have a wonderful evening.